Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr. Freeburn. Oh, sorry, I'll take the appearances for the day.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Freeburn, initial D. I appear as counsel assisting.
Yes, Ms Hogan-Doran.
Yes, Commissioner, I appear today with Mr Brasciano for the Commonwealth.
And Ms Capilano.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appear today instructed by Spark Helmore Lawyers for the witness, Ms Musolino.
Do you want to not before time? Because I don't think we'll start Ms Musolino before 11 at the earliest.
Certainly, Your Honour. Thank you.
And are you on the premises? We can probably let you know.
We are here, and that's fine. We might sit in for the first part, but then return before 11.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last bit. What?
We will sit in for the first part, and then we can return before 11. But we can also
Yeah,
meet the number.
it certainly won't be any earlier than 11.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Freeburn.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Mr Matthew Thompson.
Yes. Mr. Thompson, would you take an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Okay, can you stand up and we'll get that delivered to you.
Your response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat. Yes, Mr. Freeburn.
Mr Thompson, can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Matthew Clark Thompson.
Where are you currently living?
Snug in Tasmania, a little bit south of Hobart.
Did you prepare a statement in preparation for giving evidence in this Royal Commission dated the 19th of February of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And in the preparation of your statement, did you have regard to a range of documents provided by Services Australia?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the statement of Mr Thompson and a number of related documents, including NTG 0148 to Services Australia, the response to that notice, and a number of attachments.
Okay, I don't have an exhibit list. Thank you. So what numbers are we looking at, Mr. Freeburn?
They commence, Commissioner, in the draft exhibit list at Exhibit 6216 and run through to Exhibit 6241.
Commissioner, just through my friend, we've not been served with the exhibit list, so I think my instructors actually are speaking with yours instructors now. Thank you.
All right. The documents bearing the numbers 6216 through to 6241 on that list are admitted as exhibits. Thank you.
Mr Thompson, you're currently 50 years of age, is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
Are you currently employed?
No, I'm on a disability support pension.
In your statement, you refer to employment that you engaged in at the Hobart Mercury newspaper.
Yep.
And I'll ask you some questions about that employment in a moment. But before I do, would you mind giving the Commission a brief outline of your work history prior to that employment?
Yep, so since I was 18, I've had 28 different roles, 28 different jobs. Hospitality, forestry, journalism, or photojournalism, that kind of thing. So I've been on, I've had 28 different jobs. So all of them have been casual apart from 2, I think.
All right. You describe, Mr Thompson, a history of mental health issues in your statement.
Yep.
Are you able to give the Commission a brief description of the nature of those conditions?
So I've been in and out of mental health services in Tasmania all my life. I was first diagnosed with schizophrenia, then bipolar about a decade afterwards, but it was only recently that I've been diagnosed with generalised anxiety disorder with panic attacks. So I've had a long mental health history, but I've finally been properly diagnosed and I'm on good medication and yeah.
All right. Historically, what can you say about the impact that those mental health conditions have had on your ability to find and secure work?
Depends on the severity. If it's just a mild bit of anxiety, I can do limited hours. But anything over 4 days, I can't really cope with it. My anxiety is too high, and I end up having to drink and all that kind of thing to feel human. Yeah.
And so that's posed some difficulties in terms of you holding down employment, is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
You also explain in your statement that you're currently living on a rural property outside of Hobart.
Yep.
Do you own that property?
I do, but I'm paying off a loan to the bank, so I owe $60,000 left on it.
And since when have you been living there?
Would have been about 11 or 12 years by now.
No. Can you describe that property to the Commission?
I bought it before the big rise, so I got it fairly cheaply. It's 5.5 acres of beautiful bushland on the Snug River, 300 metres of river frontage, ferns. It's just a beautiful place to be. It's just lovely. Yeah.
You explain in your statement that you live off the grid. What does that mean?
So I did have the option of hooking up to the grid. There's a telephone or a pole right outside my house, but that was $3.5 grand, so I just decided to go off grid, which means solar panels, a big battery bank, so I can run all my energy needs from that. Save money. Yeah.
Can you describe the relationship, if any, between your living off the grid and in a rural area and the management of your mental health conditions?
I think it's been essential. There seems to be a push for people with disabilities to get them to live in town, close to services and all that kind of thing. It's better I get anxious in cities. I have to medicate myself, and I just find it just helps me live a peaceful life.
Mr. Thompson, I'm going to draw your attention to the period 2011 to 2015. Yeah. In your statement, you describe engaging in employment with the Hobart Mercury during that period.
Yes.
I understand that the Hobart Mercury is a newspaper, is that right?
That's correct, yep.
Can you briefly outline the nature of your work with Hobart Mercury?
So I was a photographer, casual photographer. There was about 15 of us when I first started, and I think about 8 when I left. We did all, just as a wide range of jobs, political. You'd get given a job list of about 10 jobs a day, and I'd drive around and take photos, sometimes with journalists, sometimes not. But it was covering bushfires, politics, everything that's in a newspaper.
And were you employed in that role on a casual basis?
Yes, yeah.
Can you describe your financial situation during that 2011 to 2015 period?
That would have been before I started working at Mercury, or?
I think in your statement you described that you were working at the Mercury for the duration of that period.
Yep. I was casual. They say you're only as good as your last photograph, and sometimes I wasn't good and sometimes I was good. And being a casual, you just fill the gaps of the full-timers kind of thing. Yeah.
I understand that you were accessing Centrelink benefits in that period.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yep.
And you explain in your statement that you accessed New Start allowance on occasion. Yep. What would life have been like without your New Start allowance?
I couldn't live, and I mean that I'd have to sell up the block of land, which is everything to me. It's stopping me living in poverty when I get older. I've put so much into it. I've spent about $12,000 on a development application and $50,000 or $60,000 over that 10-year period, just doing things like solar panels and levelling and getting the site prepared and all that sort of thing. So I don't really want to think about it because I really don't know how I'll go living in poverty later on.
You also
they took it from me.
describe how you accessed sickness allowance in that period I described earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
What was your reason for accessing the sickness allowance?
It's a very stressful job. I've got to drive an hour and a half to and from work in peak traffic. Sorry, what was the question again?
So what was your reasoning for accessing sickness allowance?
That's right, yeah. So I was working very hard, sometimes 7 days a week. I think it was in the middle of winter, so I was living in a caravan in the cold, showering myself and then going to work and taking all these photos. The stress level got to me so much of everything. And one morning I woke up and I vomited and I couldn't get out of bed. I've been to psych wards 3 times on 3 different occasions and I was very close to being hospitalised. But living in that beautiful bush, I could just calm myself down and work through it.
So you were accessing the sickness allowance
While I wasn't working
by virtue of the conditions that you described earlier?
Yes, yeah.
And your employer would not have been paying you when you weren't at work, I take it, since it was a casual job?
Sorry, Commissioner?
Your employer, the Hobart Mercury, wouldn't have paid you for your time when you couldn't work?
No, not at all, no.
Whilst you were accessing those Centrelink benefits, did you understand that you were under any obligations relating to the reporting or declaration of your income?
Yeah.
What can you describe what your understanding of those obligations was?
So with any Centrelink benefit, you have to apply each fortnight and you put down your fortnightly your income for whatever job you're doing.
So you declare on a fortnightly basis the earnings that you'd received from, in this case, the Mercury.
So even being on a pension like I am now, I'll have to declare any money earned and they'll reduce my pension probably. So, yeah.
And to the best of your recollection, do you think you discharged your reporting obligations?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Have your health conditions, so you discussed earlier how your health conditions had affected your ability to secure employment.
Yeah.
Have your health conditions affected your ability to deal with Centrelink?
Yes, definitely. With my mental health history, I've been on Centrelink since I was very young, like 20 or something or other. It was easier back then. There were more face-to-face and there was more humanity, I guess. These days, I've been on the phone to them for hours. Sometimes you've got to wait 3 hours and sometimes they actually hang up on you. So to make a phone call, I need to do it in the afternoon after I've medicated myself well enough so that I can just cope with whatever bad news they're going to give me. And as for going into the office, I need to medicate myself quite a bit to just be able to cope with being in there. It's a symptom of generalised anxiety disorder, I guess. It's just, I don't like crowds, that kind of thing. So it's dealing with Centrelink. It's a full-time job being on Centrelink.
Could the following document please be brought up by the operator? It's Exhibit 6219, stock ID CTH dot, there it is, CTH 3822.0002.0008. I think that might be the wrong document. Exhibit 6219. And Mr. Thompson, it should be behind your tab 4 in the bundle in front of you. Mr. Thompson, this is a letter dated 11 September of 2017, and it's addressed to you by the agency. I'll refer to this as the initial notice. Do you recognise this document?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Do you recall receiving this notice at some point in or around September of 2017?
Yes, I do.
Now, by this initial notice, the agency asserts that it has identified some discrepancy between the annual income information provided by the ATO and the amounts that you declared to Centrelink. And you'll see that the agency invites you in that document to confirm or update your income information within 28 days of receipt of the initial notice.
Yes.
Could the third page of this document please be shown? You see here the notice then describes your total earnings for the 3 financial years commencing 2011 for an employer named Davies Brothers Podiatry Limited.
Yep.
Do you recognise the name of that employer?
Yes. That's, yeah, it's Davies Brothers is the same as the Mercury, same as News Corp, News Limited, they're all the same company.
All right. Can you describe to the Commission your reaction to receiving this initial notice?
I probably would have been on the way to work, so I pick up my mail at the post office. I probably could have opened it and just put it away. It just shocked me. And I had to go to work and I can't really work properly with all that going on in your head, so I just put it to one side, and I think I read it when I got back from work just to double check, but it was just a complete shock.
And given your earlier evidence about the accuracy of your income reporting, did you have any understanding as to how the agency had identified the discrepancy that they outlined in the letter?
No.
No. The initial notice asked that you confirm or update your income information, and we'll discuss the debt notices in a moment, but prior to the raising of any debt, do you recall whether you provided any information to Centrelink?
I think I did, yes. Yeah.
Right.
Would have been pay slips from News Corp. Yeah.
In your statement, you outlined that you provided some information after the debts had been raised.
Yep.
Could it be the case that you also provided some information before the debts had been raised?
Possibly, yes. Yeah.
What did you actually do? I mean, did you get online or what, do you remember?
I think I probably would have rung them first. Yeah.
And can you remember that, or? It's okay if you can't, it's a while ago.
I can vaguely remember it, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Thompson, I now wish to bring to your attention 2 documents. The first is Exhibit 6222, Doc ID CTH.3822.0002.0050. That's behind tab 7 of your bundle. This is a letter dated 3 July 2018, and it's addressed to you by the agency. Do you recognise that correspondence?
I've got the same one for...
Sorry, which tab are we in?
Tab 7, sorry, Commissioner.
Are you calling that a letter? It looks like an account payable.
An account payable, sorry, yes. So this is a notice that was sent to you, that it's dated the 3rd of July of 2018. Do you recognise that document?
Yes, I do, yep.
And you recall receiving this notice at some point in July of 2018?
Yes, yep.
The correspondence indicates that a debt in the amount of $352.94 is payable by 1 August of 2018. And the debt is said to be raised in relation to the period, I think it's 28 April 2012 to 26 October of 2012. And significantly, the debt concerns your New Start allowance.
Yes, yep.
The notice also indicates that a recovery fee in the amount of just under $500 was added to your debt on grounds that, quote, your earnings were incorrectly declared. The second document I wish to bring to your attention, Mr. Thompson, is at Exhibit 6223, CTH.3822.0002.0051.
Which is the next tab. I think you've got it.
Yes.
Tab 8. Do you recognise this notice?
Yes, I do, yep. They came on the same day, I think.
Okay. Now, this correspondence indicates that that a debt had in the amount of $6,011 was payable on 1 August of 2018.
Yes.
And the debt is said to be raised in relation to the period 9 July of 2014 to 6 January 2015.
Yep.
And it's said to concern your sickness allowance. Do you see that?
Yes, yep.
And like the New Start debt notice that we saw a moment ago, this notice indicates that a recovery fee has also been added to this debt.
Yeah.
So ultimately, the effect of these notices is that you had debts in totalling a bit over $11,000 raised against you.
Yes.
Can you explain to the Commission your reaction to receiving these notices?
Complete shock. I've put everything I possibly can into this block of land, every spare cent I've put in, and to get these two, it puts my progress back if they go through with it. If I do have to pay them $11,000, that'd set me back years and years and years. I was shocked. I was everything, angry, hurt, the whole thing, to the point where I just had to put it aside and just not deal with it for a while. I can't remember how that might have been weeks or, yeah.
What can you say about the effects that the debts had on your mental health?
From a generalised anxiety disorder point of view, it's just the biggest trigger you can give to somebody. Yeah. Sorry, what was the question again?
What was the effect of the debt notices on your mental health?
My anxiety went through the roof. It then puts pressure on my performance at work because you've got this thing in your head, what are they going to do? Take it out of my tax return or take it out of my wages, or it just shocked me very much.
Given your financial position at the time, could you have afforded to service or pay off the debts?
No. Well, at a rate of about $50 a week, I might be able to do it. However many years that would be to pay off.
At the time, did you have any idea or appreciation as to how the agency had calculated the debts?
No, not at all.
Mr. Thompson, I wish to show you a document, the significance of which will become, or may become clearer later in your evidence. Could the witness be shown Exhibit 6218? It's at tab 3 of your bundle. It's cth.999 dot 0001 dot 0112.
That's the notice?
This is the response by the agency to
Oh, okay.
notice NTG 0148. Could paragraph 1.11 be called out? It's on page 4. And by this paragraph of the response, the agency makes clear that both the New Start allowance debt and the sickness allowance debt amounts were initially determined on the basis of averaging. That is, the apportionment of your annual income over the relevant fortnightly periods. Do you understand that?
Yes, yep.
I don't think we've got the sickness benefit bit up. That's it.
Mr. Thompson, were you aware that your debts had been calculated in this way at the time?
No, not at all.
And it's only in your preparations for giving evidence at this Royal Commission that you've become aware of these matters?
Yes, yep.
And this is probably an obvious question, but presumably you weren't working regular hours every week. You didn't have a standard pattern of income.
No, I didn't. My managers and bosses and everyone at the Mercury are really lovely. They were very supportive of me. They've had people with mental illness been through there before. Sorry, what was the question again?
It was just this. You weren't getting a fixed income each week, so you got exactly the same each week. You were doing different hours. Am I correct?
My manager, we had a good relationship. I said, look, I can't work 5 days a week because of my illness. No, very good. If I wanted 3, they give me 3. If I wanted 6, I could get 6. But as you say, that fluctuated a lot. And as you said before, if I don't work, I don't get paid. So
Yes. Okay.
I won't take you to this part of your statement, but at a point in your statement, you describe how you engaged in a telephone conversation with a representative of the agency in August of 2018. And in that conversation, you say that you sought a review of your debts. Do you recall doing that?
yes, yep.
Why did you do that?
I asked for a review because it wasn't right. And I was lucky enough to have, a lot of people with Robodebts don't have records going back, but I was lucky to be working for a corporation where they've got a head office where they've got all my records. So I got them, and
When you say records, what were those records?
pay slips, yeah, and tax and all your earnings.
And did you subsequently provide those pay slips to the agency?
Yes, yeah.
You'll recall that the debts had been raised in respect of periods in 2012 and also in 2014 to 2015.
Yes, yeah.
And you describe in your statement how you, on this occasion, in August of 2018, you only provided pay slips for the period October 2014 to February 2015 initially.
Yes.
Why did you not also provide payslip information for the 2012 period?
It's a massive undertaking. In my little house, I had all the pay slips I'd had, and I was working it out week by week. So I decided, because I had 2 debts, I decided to cut my work in half. I just try to prove them wrong with the first debt, and then if they're wrong with that, then surely they should wipe the other one as well if they, yeah.
All right. Could exhibit 6230 please be brought up by the operator? It's at tab 15 of your bundle, Mr. Thompson. cth.3822.0002.0054. Mr. Thompson, do you recognise this correspondence?
Yes, I do, yep.
This is a letter dated 18 April of 2019, and again, it's addressed to you by the agency. Do you recall receiving this notice or this correspondence at some point in April of 2019?
Yes, I do, yep.
Now, you'll see by this correspondence, the agency indicates to you that as a result of the information that you'd provided, the sickness allowance debt had been reduced from the $6,000 figure
Yep.
to $1,127. Do you see that?
Yes,
The agency also indicates in that letter that because you hadn't provided information relevant to the New Start allowance debt period,
yep.
that debt had remained unchanged.
Yes.
What was your reaction to receiving this correspondence?
I was a little bit relieved, but little is okay. I was happy that I was getting it down, but getting the debt down, but it's not much of a. Didn't make me feel very good at all, really. Like that's still wrong. So I guess I was a little bit pleased, but still had the other $5,000 they wanted from me anyway. So.
And what was your attitude toward the New Start allowance debt remaining unchanged?
It just doesn't. It didn't make sense to me. It just didn't make sense to me.
All right. Now, Mr. Thompson, I want to take you back to the Services Australia response that I showed you earlier.
Yep.
It's again Exhibit 6218. Again, it's at tab 3 of your bundle. Can I take you to paragraph 1.20 on page 6?
Which paragraph, sorry?
1.20.
Yes, yep.
Now, subparagraphs A and B indicate that the reassessment of your sickness allowance debt was undertaken using information that you supplied on the 16th of October of 2018. Was that the occasion that we discussed earlier where you provided?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Okay. And it says that the payslip information that you had provided enabled the debt to be recalculated using only verified employment income and removed any averaged ATO income information. Do you see that?
Yes, yep.
Now, subparagraph F indicates the New Start allowance debt bearing the debt ID that appears there was not reassessed as you had not provided any information or pay slips for the period 28 April 2012 to 26 October 2012.
Yep.
Again, Mr. Thompson, were you aware of these matters, the matters described in that response at the time of your reassessment?
No, no.
Or more accurately, at the time you were notified of the results of the reassessment?
Sorry, can you ask the question again? Sorry.
Just asking, at the time you were notified that your debt had been changed, your sickness allowance debt had been changed, were you aware of the matters outlined in that paragraph?
No.
You also describe at paragraph 49 of your statement that you subsequently provided some further information to Centrelink.
Yep.
That could be brought up, please. It's Exhibit 6216. Thank you. And so this is, as I understand it, after you'd been notified of the result of the reassessment in relation to your sickness allowance debt. And is it the case that you attended on the 3rd of June 2019 the Centrelink's offices and provided some further information?
Yes.
What was that information?
So can you ask that one again?
So what was the information that you provided Centrelink on this second occasion?
More pay slips.
More payslips.
Yeah.
And were those payslips relevant to the New Start allowance debt?
It probably would have been. It would have been the one that I was trying to fight, I guess. And I got them all printed out on a great big sheet of paper and went into and linked with them. Yeah.
And what did anything arise, or at the time you provided those payslips, did you ask for any review of the New Start debt?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
To date, has anything arisen, or have you been notified of any outcome of that reassessment?
No.
Right. Even as of today?
So last October, they wrote me a letter saying they're going to start taking this money out of my pension, like $180 or something or other. So I panicked and I asked for another review. So I went in with all the pay slips. No, I didn't do that. I just asked for a review and they said they'd contact me within 3 months about a result. We'll do an independent review. And I haven't heard anything back from that one either.
All right.
And their decision was just to take money out of my pension.
So just in relation to the occasion that you attended the offices and provided on the 3rd of June of 2019 and provided information, you were never notified of the result of any reassessment that was undertaken by reference to that information?
Sorry, can you say that again?
So nothing came of the information that you provided?
No.
Okay. Could the following document please be brought up? It's Exhibit 6232. It's at tab 17 of your bundle, Mr. Thompson.
Yep.
CTH.3822.0002.0058. By this letter, firstly, do you recognise this document, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Now, this is a letter dated the 3rd of August of 2020. And again, it's addressed to you by the agency. And you recall receiving this letter at some point in August of 2020?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
By this letter, the agency indicates to you that your New Start allowance debt amount had been changed to zero. And in the first paragraph, it says, Centrelink has changed how we use employment income information from the Australian Taxation Office in income compliance reviews. You previously had debts raised using averaging of ATO information. We no longer do this. The debts below have been changed to zero, and it makes reference to your New Start allowance debt. What was your reaction to finding out that your New Start allowance debt had been wiped?
I guess the same as the answer before that I gave. A bit of relief, but the damage had already been done, and just the way they write it, like, we no longer do this. Wouldn't it be nice for someone just to say, sorry, we don't do this anymore? It would have been one of those letters that I got and just read it and probably possibly put it away. So, yeah, I'm happy that I don't have to pay $5,000, but what about the other debt that they're still chasing me for?
What then of your sickness allowance debt? So was it also wiped, to your recollection?
It was, might be a bit confused, but the sickness one has been reduced to $1,100, I think. And that's a current debt that I owe them.
Right, so you still owe money arising from that sickness allowance debt that was raised in 2018.
Yes, yeah. And they're charging interest as well.
And the agency is continuing to try and recover that money. To your knowledge, why did the sickness allowance debt also not get zeroed?
Testing my memory a bit, but I think through the documents that have been shown, one debt was raised by averaging and the other debt wasn't.
Right. You would recall that the sickness allowance debt had been reassessed on the basis of the payslip information that you'd provided in mid-2018.
Yeah.
And that extinguished any component of averaging. Do you recall that?
I think so, yeah.
But you weren't, at the time, you didn't know for sure why it was
No.
that your sickness debt amount had continued?
No, I couldn't, I still don't understand. I can remember on one letter it said you are entitled to, no, you've been overpaid, you've been paid $5,500. You're actually entitled to $183 or something like that, some figure in the hundreds, low hundreds. I've lost my train of thought, sorry.
That's all right.
So they started out with a bigger figure, which was the averaged figure, and then they've come down to the 1,100.
Yes, yeah. Which I still don't understand how.
I just have two further areas that I wish to explore with you, Mr. Thompson. You explain in your statement engaging in work at the Mercury where you actually had contact with persons affected by Robodebt. Is that right?
Yeah.
Could paragraphs 62 and 63 of Mr. Thompson's statement please be called out? Again, that's tab 1, exhibit 6216. Thank you. You explain that in the course of your work at the Mercury, that you interviewed a person you describe as a single mother of two in the northern suburbs of Hobart who'd received a debt notice from Centrelink. Can you elaborate on what occurred in that instance?
I wasn't asking the questions, just to be clear. I went with a journalist, and but I remember it really clearly. I think she had 3 kids, I'm not really sure, but she was really distressed and panicked about the Robodebt. It's heart-wrenching to hear, like she was a single mother and so, getting a massive Robodebt, and it takes quite a bit of courage, I think, to put your face on, on the Mercury sort of thing. As I remember, I don't think it was published in the print version. It might have been an online story. In fact, it definitely was an online story. But it was sort of pushed down a lot,
Right.
Yeah.
And so this was work done for the purposes of a story that was directed at Robodebts or the issue of Robodebts,
Yes.
is that right?
Yeah.
And you went with a journalist to this person's house and this person was interviewed, is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
And you were there in your capacity as a photographer? Yes. And I understand from your statement that the mother's story played on your mind
Yeah.
in the aftermath. Can you describe your journey home from covering that story?
Yeah. I was in tears a lot of the time. A lot of the jobs that you do are heart-wrenching, heartbreaking. You do fires where people lose everything and you just want to hug them, and there's refugee stories, there's a whole bunch of things. But the Robodebt thing was, that lady, I just knew it was wrong.
And did your own experience with Robodebt give you some sense of appreciation for the mother's situation?
Yeah. It wasn't a very nice work day that day.
A couple more questions, Mr. Thompson. Can you in broad terms describe how your experience with Robodebt has affected you, both personally and practically speaking?
I think I've said in my statement it's taken years off my life, in the sense that the anxiety that I have to manage. I had a heart attack as well, so it's had a massive effect. Sorry, what was the question again? How?
I think you answered it.
Yeah.
Giving evidence at a Royal Commission can be a difficult experience for some. What's motivated you to come and share your experiences today?
I've been watching the Robodebt on the YouTube channel, and I don't really like to kick a man when he's down, but Scott Morrison's appearance, I was watching the whole thing, and that night I couldn't sleep. I was that furious and wound up, and because I've taken his photo sort of thing. So one hand I'm taking a photo of Scott Morrison, and the other hand I'm taking a photograph of a single mum who's struggling with the Robodebt thing, and that's what drove me to make this submission.
Is there anything further you wish to say?
Can I read out a few of my personal reflections, or?
Just in your own words, is there anything further that you wish to contribute to the Commission's work?
I was really moved by Jennifer Miller's testimony about her poor son. I've had 4 people that have committed suicide around me since I was growing up. This whole thing has caused people to lose their lives. And can I just read one point out of my...
Of course you can. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I've just made a couple of brief points. The Robodebt scheme has had a lasting effect on me. I know it is, as it has on many others people. It really messed me up, and I felt that it has taken years off my life. I also think it contributed to the heart attack I experienced and set me back financially and made my mental health worse. It made me feel like a criminal and a cheat. It came at a bad time because the council are currently threatening me with an $86,000 fine as well. But a couple more points. I really struggle with the way that politicians talk about people like me who access income support. I'm made to feel like a welfare cheat. It makes me have very little faith in the system. Hearing what politicians say about the issue, it makes me sad and sick. I was particularly offended by Alan Tudge's comments that the government would crack down on people that owed Robodebts and that he would end up in prison. It felt like someone being tracked down and hunted, It felt like something that would normally be said about criminals, not vulnerable people. I still feel like I'm being tracked down and hunted down for the sickness allowance debt. I welcome the Royal Commission, and I've been watching some of the Royal Commission hearings. I've seen some of the ministers give evidence, like Mr Tudge, Mr Morrison, Mr Porter. I also hear those ministers being talked about and referred to as the Honourable. And I think, given what they said, or they did, given what they did, I don't believe they are honourable, and I don't think they deserve to be called honourable. They were the architects of the scheme which has caused so much pain to so many people and which has caused some people to lose their lives, and they continue to blame others. Just 2 more points, if I may. Robodebt made me feel ashamed. I think I might have said that already. Yeah, I've said that already. Just my last point was, it seems to me that the powerful people are always able to take advantage of vulnerable people as the gap between rich and poor increases still. And no matter how many Royal Commissions we have, that always seems to be the case. And I hope this Royal Commission can change that.
I don't think I can promise you that, Mr Thompson, but we'll do what we can. That's all?
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
All right, Ms Hogan-Doran.
Mr Thompson, I appear for the Commonwealth. I thank you for your evidence. I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Mr Thompson, I can't imagine that it was easy for you to come here and talk to us today, so thank you very much for doing it.
Thank you.
You want Mr Thompson excused, I take it?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, Mr Gregory will be taking the next witness.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness is Ms Tozer, and I appear with Ms Marsh. Yes, Ms Tozer appears.
Yes, Ms Tozer, will you take an oath through an affirmation?
Affirmation, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks, take a seat.
Your name is Tracy Tozer,
Yes.
and you are currently employed by Services Australia,
Yes.
and you have been for quite some time.
Yes, I have.
And you certainly were employed there in January 2017.
Yes.
The area of your employment, could you describe that to the Commission as it was in 2017?
I was working in the Welfare Payment Infrastructure Transformation Program, which was a large program looking at transforming welfare payments. In 2017, it was very early days of the program, and the team I was working in, I was an acting director, we were looking at strategic analysis of policy and programs and payments. And the strategic analysis then was developed into strategic design to help improve the process of welfare payments, one for customers and two for the agency or department and also our policy partners.
All right. And in that context, you received an advice from Mr Glyn Fiveash. I know that you're nodding, but it's being recorded, so you have to give a verbal response.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. As a result of that document coming to the attention of the Commission, you were served with a notice to give a statement and produce documents marked NTG-0211, dated 14 February 2023, and you produced two statements in response. The first dated 24 February 2023 and the second dated 28 February 2023.
Yes.
And the supplementary statement reflected an additional email that you found in the time that was available to prepare your statement.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner, I tender the exhibits related to... sorry.
I might be wrong, but I thought Mr Scott did the whole of the list. But perhaps I'm wrong.
No. Well, I'm not positive, but, sorry?
I may be in error, Commissioner.
Okay, so 6242 to 6250 is going in now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. They will be admitted with the numbers they bear in their schedule.
Thank you. Ms Tozer, I take it in your role, you didn't have any direct interaction with the parts of the Department of Human Services that were involved in the online compliance intervention debt recovery program as it was known at that time?
Not in my role. However, as part of our program, we had large governance committees where there was a number of business areas that were involved in our governance committee, but I never attended those meetings as such in my role. It was more an SES Band 1 that would attend.
Now, Mr Fiveash, was he situated close to your desk?
Yes, he was.
And was he one of a group of lawyers who were in your general area?
The program had embedded legal advice for the Whippet program, yes.
Right. Had you known Mr Fiveash for a long period of time?
From the time I moved into the business architecture role, which probably would have been about 12 months beforehand. Again, he'd been in the program and I met him when I first joined the business architecture branch.
And because of your close proximity physically to him, was it the case that you would often discuss issues rather than emailing about issues?
Yes, yeah. In the branch that I worked in, we were quite, we had to keep across what was happening across our agency department, also what was happening across other policy departments. So we did have we talked in our meetings about what was happening and any matters of interest that we may need to be across for our role.
And why would you need to be across what was happening in other departments for the Whippet role that you were undertaking?
So looking at the welfare payments, so Department of Social Services is the policy department. We also looked at some student payments, so that was Dural, Department of Education, whatever it was at the time. So we were working closely with those policy partners to help transform the welfare payments.
And did Whippet include not only the question of payments, that is, the design of the system in respect of the automation of payments and streamlining of payments, but also recovery of overpayments?
The design of the payments, but I don't believe we were looking at the recovery of payments because it was the welfare payment as such, not the recovery.
Right.
Yep.
Nonetheless, I take it that you became aware in early January 2017 of the significant media interest in the online compliance intervention program.
Yes. Yep.
Would it be fair to say that was a significant topic of conversation within the office at the time that ministers were on television?
Yes, it would be across the whole agency, yeah. Yes.
That's right. It would have been agency-wide conversation, as it were.
Yes.
And can I take you to, there is a bundle there, I think, with your name on the front. Tab 10, which is Exhibit 6249. It's a series of emails which starts on 6 January 2017. And is this an email you located on your computer or your email account?
Yes, last week, yes.
Last week, yes. The email at the bottom, which is the first in the sequence, is 6 January 2017, about 6:51 p.m. And it is an email from Paul Menzies McVeigh. I'll pause there. He was, at that time, the acting chief counsel in the place of Ms Musolino. That's right?
Yes. Oh, well, I'm assuming he was based on the email signature block.
Right. Did you know Mr Menzies McVeigh?
Knew of the name, of his name. I always kept an eye on SES moves, just so you knew who was moving around and who was in the program or in the agency.
And would emails go out to inform the agency of who was in what position during periods like this?
A weekly SES announcement is normally sent out by the CEO or secretary at the time of SES moves, and also the organisational structure chart was published on our intranet site.
I see. This email came to Mr Gladman, Mr Robinson, the Chief Counsel's office, and to Ms Carmody. Did you know Mr Robinson?
No.
What about Mr Gladman?
No.
Did you know Ms Carmody?
Knew she was... I knew her on the org chart, but I wouldn't be able to describe what her role was. But her name was familiar, yeah.
And the first line refers to Sue Cruz. Was she at that time an acting deputy secretary or acting secretary?
I'm not sure what her role was at that time.
All right. Did you know her?
She had worked in the WIPIT, the Welfare Payment Infrastructure Transformation Program. She had worked there at a previous time. I don't know what dates she'd worked there.
And in her role there, did you come to know her from interactions you had with her?
Yes.
All right. At this point in time, as the email communicates, it was Ms Cruz's request that as a top priority for the following week, the department was to prepare a paper on the current practice of averaging income for the purpose of calculating payments under the Social Security law, and it needed to address the legislative basis for the practice. If we move up to the emails which follow it, we can see that Mr Fiveash forwarded the email directly to you on the 9th of January 2017. Do you know how Mr Fiveash came to receive the email?
No, I don't, because it looks like the forwarding on email has been cut out.
Yes, okay.
So I don't know how Glyn received it.
Right. And you then send the email to a series of persons who are listed at the top of the page, John Kilner and Jason Callis.
Yes.
And who are they?
At that date of the 9th of January, Jason Callis was acting National Manager of the Business Architecture Branch, and I believe John Kilner was the acting General Manager of the Business Transformation Division. It was January, so there was a bit of leave and acting. As I said, I was acting for a director. Yep.
All right. And was this your ordinary practice to send emails of
Yes.
relevance or potential relevance to the design of the WIPIT program to those at higher levels than yourself?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall any response from either Mr Kilner or Mr Callis?
I don't recall a response on that email.
Can I take you to tab 5, exhibit 6245? It is a 2-page document, and it commences at the very bottom of the first page and over to the following page. Now, the indication in the email about the paper which was to be prepared as a top priority indicated that the aim was to have it done by Tuesday. That would be Tuesday the 10th of January 2017.
So, sorry, that's relating to Sue Cruz's request?
Yes.
I don't have, I mean, I have received the email, but I don't have any further information on that.
Right, okay. And what then follows is an email from Mr Fiveash to you on the Wednesday, 11 January 2017, which sets out an advice provided by him, which appears to give a brief answer to the question raised in that was asked by Ms Cruz, according to that earlier email.
Yes.
And the advice as you read it conveyed that the concept of averaging could not be used to calculate retrospectively fortnightly entitlement because it wasn't the income actually earned, derived or received at the time. That's right?
As per Glenn's email, yes.
That's what you understood.
Yes.
Did that cause you some concern that Mr Fiveash provided an advice to you which seemed to go to the very heart of the system and indeed contrary to the basis of the system as you understood it?
No, because it wasn't a formal legal advice from Glenn. I have seen other legal advice where it's, I don't know whether the term's co-chaired, co-counselled. It was to me a very brief overview of what Glenn's thoughts were on the averaging.
But you appreciated that even though you considered it to be his brief thoughts, it ran counter to a fundamental element of the scheme.
I passed the email on, but I'm not a policy or program person. So some of the terminology and some of the our policy, I was not a subject matter expert in to be able to understand what it meant in detail.
Do you know then how you came to ask Mr Fiveash for his thoughts on the topic?
My recollection is that I may have been asked by acting national manager to be able to get that information because of what our role was at that time doing the strategic analysis of welfare payments.
And when you say the acting national manager, are you talking about Mr Kilner or Mr Callis?
Jason Callis.
Mr Callis. Do you have a recollection of him saying, what's our position on this? Can we find out from one of our lawyers?
No, I don't. Yep. There was lots of conversations about our work and what we were delivering. Yeah.
Certainly. But to your mind, the thoughts as you describe it of Mr Fiveash, one of the embedded lawyers, suggested to you that there might be at least some issues with the scheme in terms of what you understood about it from the media.
Yes, mate, yes. I mean, I have forwarded it on to other people who are more experienced with program and payments.
Certainly. And if we go to those that series of emails, continuing with Exhibit 6245, you can see towards the bottom of the first page, you forward it to Mr Callis and a group of other people there. You've told us who Mr Callis is. Who are the others?
Okay, so on the email list,
Yes.
Aaron Wilkins was the National Manager of Strategic Information in the same division. Olivia Mitchell was a Director of the Strategic Design team in Business Architecture. Jodie Kasser was the Director of the User Experience team, I believe at that time. Penny Futcher was the Director of what I believe was the Single Touch Payroll team. And Des Kerwin was the Director of the Strategic Analysis team. He was the gentleman I was acting for whilst he was on leave.
I see. And you say a legal overview of the Robodebt issue from Glenn.
Yes.
And that's how you understood what Mr Fiveash had sent you in the previous email?
Yes.
Right. Mr Callis responds on the same day, within a few minutes. Now, was he in close proximity to you?
He was normally based at Newcastle. Whether he was in Canberra at that time because he was acting as the National Manager, I can't recall.
And does the fact that he responded to your email inform your expectation that it was him who asked for the advice?
I still don't recall whether he did ask me. I'm just thinking he did. But when he received an email like that, acknowledging, saying thanks, Trace, would be just to say, I've received it, thank you.
Okay. And then you reply towards the top of the page, again within a few minutes, one would have thought that someone might have asked for a legal review of letters. Oops. Now, what are the letters that you're talking about there?
So my understanding from what happened with the compliance was that letters were sent out to customers with information about debt. That's my understanding, that they're a letter, yeah.
And that what Mr Fiveash had said had some relevance to that process of sending letters in respect of debts.
Yes, I think, yes.
Yes. Do I take it in plain English what you were saying is that someone really didn't think this through?
My remark is a little off the cuff, but
Yes,
yeah. Also understanding how the agency or department worked is we had a very large legal team that we received advice on numerous matters before we progressed with pieces of work. It was just, what I thought we did, yeah.
It's the core function of the Legal Services Division to give advice about what the department...
Yes, if requested, yeah.
Your remark might have been off the cuff, but it was pretty acute, as we find out now.
Yes, I don't recall why I made the remark. I just, yeah.
If you go to tab 11 in your document, I'll just make sure that I've got the right... It is CTH.3142.0003.7135. In any event, it is the last email in the trail, thank you, yes, that's it, which records the response of Mr Callis, and he simply says at the top of the page, 1 May, with I think 5 full stops. You can see that? Sorry, I'm hoping it's behind tab 11 in your bundle, although I think the document was only produced late last night.
No, it's not, but if I look...
All right.
Yep.
In any event,
yes,
you recognise the email because you found it, I think, after you
Yes,
provided your first statement. And he provided what might appear to be an off-the-cuff comment in response to your off-the-cuff comment. Would you agree that you and he appear from this email to be wondering how this scheme was started if, in fact, Mr Fiveash was right and there were some real issues with it?
I don't recall that. I don't, yeah.
You don't recall?
No.
What about when there was sustained public criticism of the scheme and the difficulties that were being encountered, and the Ombudsman's investigation, the Senate inquiry, the ANAO report, given that it was a hot topic, as it were, across the department? Did you continue to talk to Mr Fiveash about his original legal perspective?
I changed roles probably within 6 weeks or 2 months after from that team. I moved into another team.
Yes, so did you continue to talk to Mr Fiveash after this exchange of emails on this point?
I don't recall if I did.
It's likely that you did have conversations with him, given the external scrutiny.
Completely different team.
Yes, I understand that, but not for some weeks.
Yes. I don't recall whether I had conversations. I mean, we had, say, the water cooler conversations that would happen on the floor.
Yes. At the water cooler, did he ever tell you that Ms Musolino, the Chief Counsel, had asked for advices prepared by all legal departments in respect of the matter, and he sent that one to her?
I don't recall that type of conversation.
What do you recall following this about the significant interest in the matter and questions of legality?
I can't see any other emails that I've sent relating to this.
Yeah.
I finished acting as the director and went back into my other role within the team. I was not doing the strategic analysis. I was taking on another role. I don't recall whether I continue to have conversations with him.
But it seems that for years you were aware that at least one legal advice in the department conveyed something contrary to what was being said publicly by the department about the legality of the scheme. Did that strike you as odd?
It's a large agency / department. There's a lot of work happening, a lot of deliverables happening. Yeah. I mean, I knew about the Robodebt, may have read some media about it, may have read, some, but not involved. I was not involved in it, so I just read it like another email or another media report.
And did it cross your mind when you read those criticisms or media reports about the scheme that the department was projecting publicly that it was very confident that the scheme was lawful and that it produced debts accurately?
I don't recall that.
What about when the department was taken on in the federal court in 2 cases in 2019? Did you occur to you then that finally there's going to be a challenge?
I'm not across the 2 other cases that went forward. I have not read anything about those in my job. Yeah.
Did you become aware that the class action was commenced in respect of debts raised under the scheme?
I believe I read that in external media report.
At about the time, late 2019, early 2020?
Don't know when it was, but I would have seen some external media.
And did you have any conversation with anyone then about the matter?
I don't recall having a conversation.
Did you ever talk to Mr Fiveash at any later point in time? Cross paths with him?
I don't believe I did. I said I changed roles and then had very little interaction with the legal team as such.
All right. Didn't cross paths at conferences and
No,
meetings,
no.
corridors? No.
We worked on the same, when I moved teams, we worked on the same floor. Yes.
Did you at any time think that maybe you should discuss this with people more senior than you, that there were legal thoughts presented to you by Mr Fiveash which appeared to be inconsistent with what the department was projecting publicly?
No, I didn't see that as being my role. There was the legal branch, there was the online compliance branch looking at this. I wouldn't have thought about having that conversation. Not in my role.
Not in your role. And in your lengthy experience with the department, is there generally a sense that if you come across something that's outside the bounds of your role, that you just don't step into it too much and don't engage with people in respect of those topics or that information?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Is there generally a sense that if you come across something in the course of your employment in the department which is outside your role but appears to you to be a bit off, that you just leave it outside the bounds of your role and let it be dealt with by those whose direct responsibility that it is?
It depends what you see. Like, I would normally keep in my own area.
Yes.
And be responsible for looking at what I was delivering or in my branch or / division. I would speak up to a national manager or a general manager if I had identified anything in our deliverable space, but not outside.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Ms Hogan-Doran?
Just one moment, Commissioner. No questions, thank you, Commissioner.
Might Ms Tozer be excused?
Yes, thanks, Ms Tozer. You're excused.
Thank you.
This might be a good point to take the morning break, do you think?
Thank you.
All right, we will come back at 25 to...
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 25 to 12. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Scott.
Commissioner, I appear with Ms Marsh for the balance of today's proceedings. I understand Ms Musolino's representative.
Ms Musolino, you're still on the oath or affirmation you originally took. Thank you. Yes.
Do you wish to take appearances from Ms Musolino's representatives, Commissioner?
I think we did all that without you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Beg your pardon. Just a matter of housekeeping. I tender the balance of the exhibits for today's evidence, Commissioner, commencing with Exhibit 6251.
And ending up at 6269, is that right?
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, 6251 to 6269 are admitted as exhibits. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Musolino, you'll see that the folders that you had on the last occasion have been added to with an additional folder.
Yes.
You've still got the two large folders that we were discussing on the last occasion?
Yes, but I've actually been given what I understood to be duplicates of that material. So I've got 3 volumes, brand new volumes today, which I understood incorporated what was in the last bundles.
I see, right.
But I have those other bundles there if you want to take me to those.
Well, I will be taking you potentially to documents from the last occasion,
Yes.
and I'll be doing it by reference to tab numbers and potentially volume numbers. It might be easier to refer to those versions, but we'll see how we go.
Okay.
I want to take you first, Ms Musolino, to some documents we discussed on the last occasion, the first of those being behind tab 33.
So is that in the first volume? One
It
of
is,
two?
Commissioner. Tab 33, doc ID CTH.3038.0002.6640. That's Exhibit 4230. Transcript reference is page 265 for my friends. And also there was a further document which is attached to the email that appears on the screen that I've just identified, which is doc ID CTH.3038.0002.6641 behind your tab 34, I believe, Ms Musolino, and I believe that's Exhibit 4332. Do you have those, Ms Musolino?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, your evidence on the last occasion, as I understood it, was that prior to providing evidence to the Commission, you hadn't seen those documents before?
I had no recollection of seeing these documents before.
Okay. And there was another document in this topic that I discussed with you. Which is behind your tab 37, Exhibit 4234, doc ID CTH.3007.0020.0529. You have that as well?
Yes.
All right, and as I understood your evidence on the last occasion, which is reference page 2687 of the transcript, that you hadn't seen this particular document before giving evidence to the Commission.
I had no recollection of seeing this document.
Okay. All right. Now, the evidence since the last occasion that we have heard, Ms Musolino, is this draft advice which appears on the screen in front of you and which I've just identified was the product initially of a request for advice from the then Acting Secretary, Mr Jackson, in early January 2017, which then led to a request for advice from Ms Cruz, who was Acting Deputy Secretary, acting in the position that Mr Hudson occupied substantively when he was not on leave. That request was then communicated by Mr Menzies McVeigh, who acted in your position in the first week of January 2017, and then it was actioned by Mr Gladman in consultation with personnel and his team, who then drew up this draft advice, who then Mr. Gladman formed the view that the arguments in support of income averaging were weak, and thereby formed the view that advice from the Australian Government Solicitor was necessary. He communicated that view in this draft. On page 4 at paragraph 24. And also to Miss Carmody, who was then acting Chief Counsel by the time this draft was prepared. Draft instructions to AGS were drawn up, which is the first document the second document I mentioned behind tab 34. And indeed, initial contact was made with Leo Hardiman of AGS, who indicated that he was available to provide the advice. Miss Carmody gave evidence that on her ceasing acting as Chief Counsel at the handover with you on the 16th of January 2017, she provided a folder of documents that had been generated from the week that she was acting, and as I understood her evidence, she expected that in that folder was the draft advice we're discussing and the draft AGS instructions. Now, is it your evidence you have no recollection of being provided the draft AGS instructions or the draft advice?
Yes.
And no recollection, is it your evidence that you have no recollection of discussing with Miss Carmody the issues that had been identified in that advice? Is that your evidence?
My recollection is that I have no recollection of her providing these documents or telling me that there'd been a draft request to AGS prepared. I couldn't, and when I conducted my searches, I didn't find any records of that.
And does it follow from that you don't have any recollection of any discussions with her about the strength of the arguments in support of averaging that were dealt with in this draft advice?
I don't have any recollection of that.
Including, for example, that Mr. Gladman had formed the view that the arguments in favour of averaging were weak?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
The next document I wish to show you, Ms. Musolino, I don't believe is in the bundle that you have, but it's exhibit 5889.CT, and the doc ID is CTH.3113.0004.7296. Do you see that on the screen, Ms. Musolino?
I do, yes.
Do you agree with me that's an email from Mr. Gladman to Ms. Carmody dated the 11th of January 2017?
Yes.
And it says the attachment is calculating of income for income support payments, doc. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says, hi Lisa, as discussed, an updated draft is attached. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, you see that the email is copied to the Chief Counsel's office positional inbox.
Yes.
Is that an inbox you had access to on your return from leave on the 16th of January 2017?
It's an email, it's a positional mailbox I would have had access to, but that I did not monitor.
All right. Did you check your emails in that positional inbox when you returned from leave?
No, I would have checked my own emails to my personal email address. I wouldn't have checked what was in the Chief Counsel inbox. My practice was that was a positional mailbox for anything related to the Legal Services Division, and that was monitored by staff in my office.
Who would then, may we take it, print out relevant documents and provide to you as required?
It would have depended what the document was, and generally it would have required me to ask them to print something out if I knew about it, but I don't recall seeing that email. I don't recall checking the Chief Counsel inbox on my return.
All right. Well, the next document I want to show you is the attachment, Exhibit 5890, Doc ID CTH.3113.0004.7297. We can flick through the entirety of the document if you wish, but are you prepared to accept that this is the draft advice that we've been discussing, Ms Musolino? It's on the screen.
As the attachment, I'll accept that if that's what you're telling me, yes.
Thank you. Now, having reviewed the document for the purpose of your evidence, would it be the usual course for a document of this nature to be printed by your office on your return from leave?
I can't comment on that. It just would have depended on the circumstances. It would have depended on their awareness of the document being there and of its significance. I think the email was sent on the 11th of January when I was on leave, and it may be that they considered it had been addressed by the person who was acting in my role. So I wouldn't have had my entire Chief Counsel inbox printed on my return.
Right, but the subject matter of it dealt with the lawfulness of income averaging, didn't it?
Yes.
A matter of some controversy at that time in the context of the Robodebt scheme.
Yes.
A matter which, as it turned out, had occupied the Legal Services Division for some time when you were on leave in January 2017.
As I understand it, yes.
Given all of those circumstances, wouldn't the usual course be for documents of that nature to be printed by members of your office on your return from leave?
It would have depended on the circumstances. As I said, I don't recall seeing it. I don't recall it being given to me or discussed with me.
The next document I want to show you, again, is not in your folder, but I'll ask that it be placed on the screen. It's Doc ID CTH.3007.0004.3604, Exhibit 5936. No, it should be Doc ID CTH.3007.0004.3604, Exhibit 5936. Is it 5936? Perhaps if we just use the document that has the doc there, thank you. Now, do you agree with me, Ms Musolino, that this is an email chain that commences with your email on the 23rd of January 2017?
Yes.
That requests any legal advices, internal or external, provided by legal to the business regarding debt recovery of Centrelink overpayments. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see Ms Carmody replies to that email and the next email on the chain on the 23rd at 9:58 a.m. saying, "Hi Annette, does this include the work I did while acting CC from 9 to 13 January, or are you looking for evidence of any earlier advice?" Do you see that?
Yes.
And you reply, for that week, I think I have everything that was printed. I am more interested in anything done previously.
Yes.
You see that? Wouldn't that tend to indicate that your office did in fact print everything received by the positional Chief Counsel inbox that related to the Robodebt scheme for that week that you were on leave?
No, that's not how I read that. I read that as everything that was printed and provided to me in the handover with Ms Carmody.
I see. Well, you would expect, wouldn't you, that the advice and draft instructions we've been discussing would be included in the material that Ms Carmody provided to you in the handover?
I don't recall seeing it. I don't recall receiving it. When I conducted my searches, I couldn't locate any of those documents.
Do you accept it was provided to you, Ms Musolino?
I don't, no.
And
Sorry, can I ask, what did you search? Did you have access to the Chief Counsel account, email account?
I beg your pardon, Commissioner?
You said when you did your searching, you didn't come across those documents. Did your searching extend to the Chief Counsel email account?
When I conducted searches for the purposes of my statement, I had access to my own email inbox, and I had access to manual records that I've collected and kept. So that was the extent of my searches. I didn't identify. I believe primarily the documents that I had access to were to my personal inbox.
I'm just asking, did you have access to the Chief Counsel email account where you would have found it?
I have access to the email account, but I primarily searched documents that were uploaded out of my personal email account, Annette Musolino.
So if you had looked hard enough, you'd have found it in the...
If I'd looked and looked, I would have found it. And I did do extensive searches, but I didn't locate it when I was conducting the searches to prepare my statement.
All right, thank you.
well, in any event, you accept, of course, that at least the draft advice was provided to the Chief Counsel's inbox.
Yes.
Would you not have thought to, I'm sorry, I don't want to labour the point, but would you not have thought to look in that account for that January 17 period where there was so much controversy?
When I was preparing my statement, Commissioner, is that the period you're talking about?
Yes.
When I was preparing my statement, particularly my first statement, I was relying on the records I could get access to at that time. And I did think I had search terms and expressions and words. I did think I'd conducted searches, and I also had assistance in conducting those searches by those who were helping me put my statement together. It simply wasn't identified by me, and it didn't come up in those searches.
Okay, you didn't search averaging?
I think we've searched probably Robodebt and OCI and EIC in a variety of terms. It just wasn't identified in those searches, and it's not an excuse, but there was an awful lot of material in that January period. And as I said, particularly with my first statement, I was relying on manual records as well as the email accounts that I had access to at that point.
But what about later?
I continued to do searches, which is why I had some modifications to my statement as we went along, because I received multiple notices and I found other material. It didn't come up at that time either.
Okay,
If it had come up, I would have been aware of it and I would have included it in the material.
thank you. Yes, thanks, Mr.
Thank you,
Scott.
Commissioner. Could you go to your tab 54 of the first volume, Ms Musolino? That document can be taken down. Exhibit 3802, doc ID CTH .0028.0002.0016. You recognise this document, of course, Ms Musolino?
Yes.
And it is your evidence that you were provided this document by Ms Carmody at the handover on the 16th of January 2017?
Yes, that's my belief based on what I identified in my searches, yes.
And that's quite obviously not an email to yourself.
No,
It's a draft email
yes,
that appears to have never been sent.
yes.
So how did you identify that in your searches?
I believe it was a manual, it was a paper-based record, but I'd have to go and check to be 100% sure.
Where was the paper-based record?
It was records that I had retained from my time as Chief Counsel, so there were paper records that I had retained.
So can you explain how this document would have come into your possession originally?
I believe it was handed to me in the handover, that's what I've provided, but that's to the best of my recollection. It may also have been emailed, but I don't know. It could have been an attachment to an email as well, but this is what I identified in my searches.
So that's not a you're prepared to accept that's a document that was provided to you by Ms Carmody on the 16th of January, even though it's not something that you've identified in any searches of email inboxes?
To the best of my belief, yes, that's right.
But you're not prepared to accept that you were given anything else by Ms Carmody?
No, because I couldn't locate anything else.
I suggest to you, Ms Musolino, that you were given the draft advice and draft instructions to AGS.
I don't believe that I was.
And that you were made aware of a recommendation from within the Legal Services Division to obtain external advice from the Australian Government Solicitor at the handover with Ms Carmody on the 16th of January 2017.
That's not my recollection.
And you were made aware that, in fact, steps had been taken to instruct AGS, including by preparing draft instructions and confirming the availability of an AGS lawyer.
That's not my recollection.
Given that the draft advice that we've been discussing was triggered by a request from the acting secretary, do you accept that for that advice not to be completed, the request would need to be withdrawn from either that acting secretary or the secretary who returned from leave, Ms Campbell, in January 2017?
Yes.
And in those circumstances, can you explain how it would seem, were not aware prior to your evidence in these proceedings of the draft advice that we've been discussing?
As I said, I have no recollection of being made aware of it. I didn't identify it in the searches that I undertook. I'm not sure I can add any more. I don't know.
Would it be your expectation that I'll rephrase that. Would it be your understanding, based on usual practice within the department as it then existed, that when Ms Cruz ceased acting as Deputy Secretary on or about the 16th of January, she would have done a handover with Mr Hudson when he returned to leave?
That would be my expectation.
And given the existence of a request for advice from the acting secretary, Mr Jackson, would your understanding, based on usual practice within the department, be that she would have communicated the existence of that request to Mr Hudson at that handover?
Yes.
And again, based on your understanding of I'll withdraw that. that one part of the factual scenario that I haven't identified to you, Ms Musolino, is that the request made by Mr Jackson was communicated to Ms Golightly. And the Commission has received evidence of a version of the document that appears on this screen, recording that this document that's on the screen was delivered to Ms Cruz on the 13th of January 2017. Based on those two facts and your knowledge of how the department generally operated, would you have an understanding that the effect of the advice that's in draft form on the screen would be communicated to Ms Golightly?
I might need you to just break that down. Apologies, Council, if you could just break that question down a bit.
Sure. So, based on the facts that I've just identified, that is, the request for advice had been made by Mr Jackson, communicated to Ms Golightly, and if you accept that this document that's on the screen was hand-delivered to Ms Cruz, would it generally be consistent with your understanding of how the department operated that the effect of this advice that appears on the screen would be communicated to Ms Golightly?
Yes, yes.
All right. And if it was the case that Ms Cruz was informed of a recommendation from within the Legal Services Division that external advice from the Australian Government Solicitor be obtained, would it be your expectation that that recommendation would ordinarily be communicated to Ms Golightly?
Yes, and can I clarify one point?
Sure.
Council? And I just want to clarify something you said. Did you put to me that there was evidence that the advice to Ms Cruz, the one we looked at, the one on letterhead, that had been delivered to Ms Golightly?
No, I'm not saying that.
It's this one that we're looking at now?
I'm saying the effect of what we're looking at on the screen was communicated to Ms Golightly on the assumption that it was hand-delivered to Ms Cruz.
Yep, yes.
And just to be clear, on the assumption that the recommendation to obtain external advice from the AGS was communicated to Ms Cruz, that would then be communicated to Ms Golightly.
Sorry, I follow, yes.
Yes, that would be consistent with usual practice as you understood it.
Yes.
Okay. That can be taken down. Now I'm going to ask you about another document, this time in the third, on my volume is the third volume.
Of the new lot?
It should be, yes. I'll give you the tab number, 177, Exhibit 5352, Doc ID OLS.9999.0001.008. Now, is what appears on the screen what you have in front of you, Ms Musolino?
Yes.
Do you agree it would appear to be a handwritten note?
Yes.
Dated the 17th of February 20...
Sorry, 17 February 2023?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this purports to be a file note of a conversation involving someone called Sarah Samios and yourself, and I appreciate it's not contemporaneous given the date on it, but it purports to recount a conversation involving yourself and Ms. Samios in January of 2017. Okay?
I accept that, yep.
Do you recall who Sarah Samios is?
Yes, from the Attorney General's Department.
Of the Office of Legal Services Coordination?
Yes. I assume that's where, yes.
Yes. And what it appears Ms. Samios recounts is a conversation with you, and these words are recorded. AM, presumably yourself, Ms. Annette Musolino, advised no legal issues, nothing to report. You see that?
Yes.
And then SS's takeaway was DHS believed they were sound on legal basis. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Do you recall having a conversation with Ms. Samios in January of 2017 about whether there was a need to report any legal issues concerning the Robodebt scheme to the Office of Legal Services Coordination?
No.
You're familiar with the obligation to report to that office under the legal services directions?
Yes.
And in particular where there's a significant legal issue?
Yes.
Given the nature of the media surrounding the Robodebt scheme and the content of the draft advice that we've just been discussing, that is the more detailed draft advice on letterhead, doesn't that indicate that there was a significant legal issue concerning the lawfulness of averaging as it was used in the Robodebt scheme?
It may have. It wasn't something that it wasn't something I'd formed a view of in January 2017.
Well, if you'd had been specifically asked by Ms. Samios about whether there was a legal issue, surrounding the scheme, wouldn't the truthful answer be that there was a significant legal issue?
If I had been asked by Ms. Samios this question, and I don't recall speaking to Ms. Samios at all about this, but if I had been asked that question, my practice would have been to seek advice because of the way significant legal issues were considered and identified in the legal division.
When you say your practice would have been to seek advice, what do you mean by that?
So we had a large litigation team who were the primary source of matters that had to be reported under the legal services directions as a significant issue. I was aware that we reported issues quite regularly under the legal services directions. Typically, they would be identified in the litigation branch. Not always the litigation branch, they could come from other areas, and they would come up to me. In fact, they would generally just be reported, and then I'd be advised, and then I'd have a quarterly report of what we had reported. So I don't believe that if Ms. Samios had contacted me, I would have given this response. I would have taken advice.
Can I ask you to just go back to your volume 1, Ms. Musolino?
The new lot?
No, the first one. Back to tab 37, exhibit 4234, doc ID CTH.3007.0020.0529. That's the more detailed draft advice we've been discussing.
Yes.
I ask you to go to page 4, paragraph 24.
Yes.
doesn't that articulate a significant legal issue regarding the lawfulness of averaging?
Yes.
And given that, on the assumption that you were made aware of this advice, isn't it clear that there was a significant legal issue regarding the lawfulness of averaging that required a report to the Office of Legal Services Coordination?
Had I been aware of this advice, I certainly would have considered whether that needed to be considered. I would have taken advice in that regard by the area that dealt with the legal services directions more usually. So yes.
Well, on the assumption that you're aware of that advice, do you accept that what is asserted by Ms Samios to have been said by you, that is, no legal issues, nothing to report, is false?
I don't accept that I said those words. I think if I had said those words, it would have been false, because in January, I don't know when the conversation was said to take place, but I certainly hadn't formed a view at that point, one way or another. In fact, and as we talked about last time, I was recommending to the department that we get legal advice from the 23rd of January onwards.
That's external legal advice?
Yes, I'm referring to the email I sent Ms Golightly and Mr Hudson regarding commissioning an end-to-end legal review.
Well, can we go?
Yes, it's something Mr Gladman had recommended, external legal advice. So is it just coincidental that you, subsequent to this, talk about external legal advice?
It seemed obvious to me that if we were going to do an end-to-end legal review, it would be an external legal review.
But is it possible that you did see Mr Gladman's advice and it was his suggestion that external legal advice should be obtained that put that into your head?
I don't believe so, Commissioner. I have no recollection of seeing this document. The recommendation I made canvassed a number of issues, not just averaging, because it was apparent that there were many issues in play in January.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. But one issue that was clearly crystallised within the Legal Services Division by the time you returned from leave was the lawfulness of averaging.
The uncertainty around it had crystallised? Is that what you...
Well, according to Mr Gladman, that the arguments in favour of it were weak and that there was a need to get external advice from AGS.
Yeah, well, that's apparent from this document, yes.
Yes. Can I just take you then back to tab 42 of the first bundle that we discussed on the last occasion? Doc ID CTH.30007.0004.3585_R, Exhibit 1744. That's the advice which you say you recommend. That's the email at the end of that chain on the 23rd of January 2017 to Mr Hudson, CCing Mr Steepnex, in which you say you recommended external legal advice be obtained,
Yes.
including on the issue of averaging.
Yes.
See, one interpretation of the circumstances is that, in fact, you and Mr Hudson and Miss Golightly were all aware of a recommendation that had been formulated within the Legal Services Division to get external advice from AGS on the lawfulness of averaging.
I was not aware.
On the assumption that you were aware of the draft advice, that is the detailed draft advice that we've been discussing, Didn't your duty as Chief Counsel for the department require you to more strongly identify the need to get external advice on the lawfulness of averaging?
I accept that, yes, had I been aware of it.
Sorry?
Yeah, I accept that, had I been aware of it, yes.
Just the first email there from Ms Golightly has that statement, not sure we need formal external legal advice just yet. Doesn't that suggest she's seen Mr Gladman's advice? Well, can you shed any light on that's a reaction to if it's not Mr Gladman's advice?
I think it was a reaction to an earlier email, which I might need to find. Sorry, that's not correct. Because I think, so what I was thinking about was an email from Mr Hudson where he also suggested we might get external advice. So I don't know what she was referring to. She may have been referring to that, but as I say, I simply can't shed any light on it. Sorry, Commissioner.
See, if we also go to tab 44 of that first volume, .id cth.3.001.0034.0729, exhibit 1738. We discussed this email chain on the last occasion, but if we refer to the email at the bottom of that chain from Mr Hudson on the 21st of January 2017 at 6:11 p.m, you see that he asks, do you think there are any parts of this where we have been relying on internal advice that may need the reassurance of an AGS view?
Yes.
One interpretation of that is that he's referring to a common understanding between all three of you that there were draft instructions to AGS already in existence.
That's not how I understand it. I think the fact that he referred to AGS would not be unexpected for an issue. If we were doing an end-to-end legal review on this, we would have engaged AGS to do it because of the topic. So that's not how I read it. That's not, and it wasn't my understanding.
That can be taken down. The next document I'm going to show you, Ms Musolino, is behind your tab 114 of, I think, your volume 3, exhibit 5106 capital A, doc ID cth.3007.0004.3601.
From the original volumes.
No, this is the new volume. Should be tab 114.
What tab, sorry, Councillor?
114.
That one goes up to 112.
Well, in any event, the entirety of the document is on the screen. Perhaps we can just blunder through with that. Do you agree with me that it's an email chain commencing with your email on the 23rd of January 2017, which is your request for any legal advices?
Yes.
And then you see a response from Mr Five Ash, same date, attaching a document. And it says, "Hi Annette, I wrote an information piece for the strategic analysis section a couple of weeks ago, attached." See that?
Yes.
And then the attachment is doc ID CTH.3007.0004.3602, exhibit 5107.
Is it in the volumes or not?
It should be volume 3, tab 113, Commissioner.
If you've got the same volumes as me, it'll be at the start of a volume.
Yes, sorry. Got it. Yes.
So, see, it's the email, would appear to be the email from Mr. Fiveash to someone called Tracy Tozer, dated the 11th of January 2017.
Yes.
I'm just ask you to read it to yourself before I ask you questions about it.
Yes, I read it.
To accept, that would appear to be a, albeit brief, email advice on the lawfulness of averaging.
Yes, it goes to that issue.
And particularly appears to indicate that income averaging for the purpose of calculating social security entitlement is not lawful.
Yes.
An advice that you received, it would seem, on the 23rd of January 2017.
I can see it went to my email, yes.
Well, it was in response to a specific request from you to the Legal Services Division.
Yes.
In the context where you're obviously seeking to ascertain what work had been done on issues related to the Robodebt scheme.
Yes.
And one of those issues, as you identified in your email to Mr. Hudson and Mr. Steepneck's recommending external advice, identified one of the topics of that external advice should be the lawfulness of averaging.
Yes, it was to Ms. Golightly, not Mr. Stipnex, but yes.
Beg your pardon? So, in those circumstances, you must recall receiving this advice from Mr. Fiveash.
I don't recall receiving this advice, and if I could perhaps explain the process.
Sure.
So I sent out the request for legal advices to all the general counsels, asking them to investigate and identify any material relevant, as I set out in that email. As I put in my statement, I got a lot of responses back. I think on the first day, on the day that I sent the email, I got 13 emails back, which had substantial attachments in them. My recollection is that I'd put a process in place with my office to print any responses and provide them as a collated set to Mr. Stipnex and his branch to analyse and consider. So I wasn't looking at these emails as they came in. I wasn't reviewing the advices as they came in. I put in place, my job was to facilitate obtaining the advices and getting information and getting advice about them. I allocated it to Mr. Stipnex because he was collating advices to provide to the Ombudsman's office. So That was the process I put in place. I don't recollect seeing this email.
Was it your evidence that you simply missed this email?
Well, it's not that I just missed this email. I wasn't reading these emails as they came in. As I said, a number of I received 13 emails in response on the 23rd of January. They had substantial attachments, and the process I put in place was for them to be printed and given to Mr. Stipniak to consider. And at some later point, Mr. Stipniak came back to me with an email telling me what advices had been identified as relevant and what had been provided to the Ombudsman, and it gave me some analysis as well.
All right.
And do we have that email?
Yes, Commissioner. I think it was, I'm going off memory now, I think it was the 3rd of February, but I can check that.
Okay. And is there any documentation of you giving him all of these advices with those instructions?
No.
Okay.
Oh, can I clarify that? Sorry, Commissioner. It's apparent from the email that I'm talking about that Mr. Stipniak had been allocated the task of compiling legal advices to provide to the Ombudsman's office.
Okay.
And so that was the basis for him being the person I delegated it to, and that's apparent from the email.
And it identifies the advices he received?
It doesn't, there's no one email that says here's the 55 advices that we found. As I said, my recollection is that the process I put in place, because of the volume of material that was coming in, was for that material to be printed and provided to Mr. Stipniak to consider in order to do the analysis and respond to the request from the
I'm just
Ombudsman's
asking, is there some documentation which will show us exactly what he was looking at?
I don't think there is. All I can say is I can see what he came back to me with in terms of saying these are the relevant advices.
In any event, no external legal advice on the question of income averaging was sought in January 2017, was it?
That's right, despite the recommendation, no advice was sought, yes.
So, and in circumstances where there had been a request for advice from the Secretary, the Acting Secretary in early January 2017, which then produced a view by Mr. Gladman, it would seem shared by Ms. Carmody, that there was a need to get external legal advice on the question of income averaging.
It wasn't obtained, absolutely, yes, you're correct. And despite the fact that I'd recommended that end-to-end legal review, that wasn't obtained.
That would rather suggest that a conscious decision was made by someone not to get external legal advice, wouldn't it?
Well, I think, as I've given evidence, that was ultimately a question for Melissa Golightly, and she didn't accept the recommendation to get the end-to-end legal review.
Did she communicate that decision to you?
Yes, well, I believe she did. I can't tell you the date and time and the conversation because I don't have a recollection, but it's my belief that had that recommendation been accepted, advice would have been commissioned. And we didn't commission the advice, so my belief is that she didn't want to get the advice. She didn't give me the instruction to proceed.
All right. The next document I want to show you, Ms. Musolino, should be from the second volume from the last occasion, Doc ID CTH.3007.0006.7286, exhibit number 4141, tab 64 of that second volume. Have you had the opportunity to refresh your memory in relation to this document in preparation for your evidence today, Ms Musolino?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that the document comprises a series of emails, mainly from Mr Steepnex to yourself, and it would seem Bevan Hannon and Kathy Sear, reporting on what had been said by Mr Peter Hanks at the Australian Institute of Administrative Law in July 2017.
Yes.
And what's clear, I suggest, from the account given by Mr Steepnex is that Mr Hanks was quite critical of the Robodebt scheme, including that the main thrust was a suggestion that raising of debts using averaging is not consistent with the terms of the Social Security law. You agree with me on that?
Yes.
Also, that he was critical of the Ombudsman report for not questioning whether the process was consistent with the Social Security law.
Yes.
You, of course, know who Mr Hanks is, Ms Musolino,
Yes.
that he is an eminent silk,
Yes.
yes, specialises in public law,
Yes.
including administrative law,
Yes.
happens to be the author of a well-known constitutional law textbook,
Yes.
quite regularly instructed to appear on behalf of the Commonwealth. Yes?
Yes, I'd accept that.
You knew that?
Yes, I think I would have known that.
Has appeared indeed in the High Court.
Yes.
You knew that?
I don't know if I knew that. Stands to reason. Don't know if I particularly knew it, but yes.
But you knew, I suggest, that an opinion from a silk with those credentials about the lawfulness of averaging as it was used in the scheme, particularly that it was unlawful, was a serious matter,
I did, yes.
raised a serious question about the lawfulness of the scheme,
Yes.
and indeed it was identified to you in this chain of emails that Mr Hanks was suggesting that someone should look to test the matter in the federal court.
Yes, I think that was in here somewhere, yes. It's at the top, yep.
By that stage, you knew that, by that stage you were not aware of any formal independent legal advices on the lawfulness of averaging?
I had not cited any external legal advices about income averaging. I believed, rightly or wrongly, but I believed at that point that the Cabinet decision regarding the scheme had been supported by legal advice. But no, I had not seen any external legal advice in that regard.
A legal advice which was not mentioned in Mr de Berg's email from March 2017 that we discussed on the last... Sorry, I'll withdraw that. Yes, a legal advice which was not mentioned in Mr de Berg's email from March 2017 that we discussed on the last occasion.
I think I made an assumption based on the way he described what had occurred in the lead up to the measure. I made an assumption that an approach to Cabinet or a decision by Cabinet would have been supported by legal advice.
An assumption you made, notwithstanding the fact that the email contained no explicit mention of such an advice.
It was an assumption based on the contextual information he provided. I agree, yes.
And in circumstances where the same email identified that there'd been an internal DSS advice in 2014 that the practice of averaging was unlawful.
Yes.
But that a further advice had been obtained by DSS in 2017,
Yes,
notwithstanding your assumption that there had been an intervening external advice during the cabinet process.
yes, and there was an explanation that Mr de Burgh provided an explanation regarding why they had obtained the 2017 advice in that email.
That explanation was?
From memory, it was that given a change in the executive officers, it had been considered prudent to obtain a contemporary advice regarding the scheme. I think that was the explanation.
That is an internal DSS advice, yes?
Yes, yes.
That on one view appeared to deal with a situation that was not relevant to the program because it dealt with averaging as a last resort.
On one view, and another view it did, so yes.
And which, to put it bluntly, involved some pretty weak legal analysis.
I'd accept that now, yes.
The
It wasn't my view at the
explanation for
time.
the change in advices from DSS was that they had learned that the person would have the opportunity to respond to the PAYG information, and that made all the difference. But you knew enough about this scheme, surely, to know that that had always been part of the proposal and there'd been no change.
I don't think I knew that in March when I got that advice, Commissioner. I think we were still, we were still very much in a fact find at that point. The purpose of that material was to inform the Ombudsman. No, I wouldn't accept that I knew that at that point. I took the advice on face value. It came from the Department of Social Services, who owns the legislation, and I accepted it.
Yes, you could easily have found out, since you were in DHS, whether DHS had ever indicated anything to suggest a change from not permitting the person to respond to permitting the person to respond, which was the thing that DSS were hanging their advice on. In other words, you could easily have found out whether that alleged factual basis for changing their minds existed.
I could have. I believe that that email was shared with other people who, and no one brought it to my attention that that was incorrect. So I accept what you're saying, and I could have asked a lot more questions, and that's knowing what I know now. I could have asked a great deal more questions, and I could have probed more deeply. I didn't at the time. I accepted what I was being told, and that was I was wrong.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, in any event, given what you knew, by the stage that you were informed of what Mr. Hanks had said in his lecture, it was clear, wasn't it, that the Commonwealth faced substantial legal exposure from the use of averaging in the Robodebt scheme?
I think it was clear that if he was correct, there was substantial exposure. Yes, I agree.
And you weren't in a position to say that his arguments had no merit, were you?
Certainly in relation to this email, and so these are just verbatim comments, I wasn't in a position to make a judgment one way or another based on this string of text messages. Oh no, they were emails, I think. So no, I wasn't in a position to make a judgment based on this material. It was just a report back of what was said in a conference.
You subsequently read his paper, didn't you?
We subsequently received the paper, and the paper was it was my understanding that that paper was being considered by the experts that I had in my team, which was the Program Advice and Privacy team, and that was confirmed to me that they had received the paper and were considering it. I did receive the paper. I can't recall now if I read it in detail, read it later. I don't recall. It wouldn't have been typical of my role, given, frankly, the size of the job, to be reading academic papers. I would have relied on the experts in my team to read that and report back to me. And I think it was confirmed back to me that they were undertaking an analysis when that paper came in. I think it came in August of 2017.
Who are the experts, Mr. Stipp?
Mr. Stipniak, so the program advice and privacy team were the people it had a number of lawyers who'd worked in the department for a very long time, were experts in social security law. I certainly wasn't, and I relied very heavily on their advice.
Okay, but headed by Mr. Stipniks.
Yes.
Did you understand Mr. Stipniks to be an expert in administrative law?
I understand him to be highly qualified and very experienced in social security law, and I would imagine he would, yes, I don't know if expert is the right word, but I understood him to be very experienced with regard to administrative law and the related principles, yes.
What expertise did you understand him to have in administrative law?
Well, he's obviously legally qualified. He'd been in the department for a number of years. In fact, I think he'd been in the department prior to becoming a department. I think he was previously in one of the other master programs before they became the Department of Human Services. So to my understanding, he had a long history in the department and was experienced in providing advice about social security law matters.
Right, but did that experience, to your understanding, include the law relating to the lawfulness of administrative decision-making?
I need to just think about that. I believe he would have had experience and exposure to that given the subject matter that he was dealing with, yes.
And what did you base your understanding of his level of expertise on?
His seniority in that program advice and privacy branch. I can't recall now what I knew about how long he'd been in that branch, but my understanding was he'd been undertaking that work for a considerable amount of time and had worked in the department for a considerable amount of time. I'm not sure what else I knew about his expertise other than obviously I saw his work and it always seemed to me to be good, solid, high quality work, and he had a team supporting him of lawyers who also seemed to produce good quality work.
All right. Well, the next document I want you to look at, Ms. Musolino, is behind your tab 65, I think of your second volume from the last occasion, doc ID CTH.3007.0006.8430, exhibit 1742. Do you have that, Ms. Musolino?
I do, yes.
Do you agree with me that on the screen is a series of emails, the second last of which is from yourself to the Secretary's Office dated 20th of July 2017?
Yes.
And what contains your summary of what had been said by Mr. Hanks at the conference in July 2017?
As reported to me, yes.
Yes, by Mr. Stipniks.
Yes.
And you summarise the criticisms that Mr. Hanks had identified?
Yes.
Including with respect to the issue of the lawfulness of using averaging?
Yes.
Yes? And his suggestion that someone should look to test the matter in the federal court. Do you see that?
Yes.
The second and third paragraph in the email I'm going to ask you about, Ms. Musolino. Second one says, none of the criticisms are new. However, noting that organisations such as ACOS and Legal Aid were present, the comments may end up in a press release or in the media. The media team is monitoring social media and other outlets to see if this gets picked up. You see that?
I do, yes.
Why didn't you mention in this email the potential legal exposure to the Commonwealth if his criticisms were true?
So this email was within a couple of days of the conference. I was reporting back to the Secretary on the comments that were made. We hadn't received a paper at this stage. It was simply, I was just relying on what Mr. Stipniks had told me. So the purpose of this email was simply to escalate the fact that the conference had occurred and the fact that these statements had been made, so that the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary were aware of them. At this stage, I didn't have any information to suggest that I need to provide that advice of that nature that you mentioned.
Well, surely, noting that you hadn't yet received the paper, as I think you've agreed with me, if what he said was true, that was a substantial legal risk to the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Why not, even with the qualification that we haven't yet seen his paper, acknowledge that in this email, Ms Musolino?
I accept what you say. I could have been more detailed and provided that analysis and that opinion at that time. I don't believe that I'd formed that view, a view about it at this time. This was really just a heads-up email to say this has occurred. But I accept what you say. I probably could have included more content in there regarding the potential impact. I just didn't turn my mind to the potential impact at that point because I was just reporting on what had been said.
When you said none of the criticisms were new and you identified the criticisms, we can take from that, can we, that you were well aware that it had been said that the raising of debts using averaging was not consistent with the Social Security law and that the law didn't provide scope to put the onus on the customer.
Yes, Commissioner, I think those criticisms had been ventilated in other places, yes.
Yep, okay.
Now, you deal with what you did in relation to what Mr Hanks said in your statement dated the 13th of December 2022 on pages 3 and 4.
What folio are we talking about?
Should be volume 1, I'm just finding the tab.
Statement 12, Councillor.
Yeah, tab 11, I think, of volume 1. Do you have your statement dated the 13th of December 2022 there in front of you, Ms Musolino?
Yes.
Page 3. Should have the tail end of paragraph 281, referring to your email to the Secretary.
Sorry, page.
I don't think so.
The last, perhaps use the numbering at the top right-hand corner, last 4 digits, 0112.
I don't have numbers on mine. I'm sorry, if you give me a page number at the bottom, I think I can find it that way.
Well, there's 2 sets of page numbers. One is 11, and the other is 3. The paragraph numbers might work.
Oh, that's a good idea, yes. Paragraph numbers?
Yes, thank you.
Or what paragraph number?
So I'm going to take you to the paragraph starting 282, but just for identification purposes, that 282 commences just after you finishing your account of your email to the Secretary about the conference.
Yes, I can see that.
And can we take it that the extent of what you did in response to that conference is articulated paragraphs 282 through to 290?
I'll just have a read of them.
Thank you.
Yes.
So what I put to you is correct?
That's the extent of what I think that's the extent of what I did, yes.
Okay. Now you referred to an email from Mr. Steepnex at paragraph 285 to Nicole Clark, referring to some dot points. See that?
Yes.
And that email is this that will shortly appear on the screen, Exhibit 5098, Doc ID CTH.3024.000.83330, with the attachment Doc ID CTH.3024.000.83331, Exhibit 5099. These documents aren't in your folders, Ms. Musolino. I'll ask that both the email and the first page of the second document be shown on the screen. Now,
Yes.
the email that we just discussed referred to in your statement relating to dot points, is this the email that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, and sorry, what were the dot points?
So, one of the systems I had in place in the legal division was that general counsels were responsible for providing what we call dot points, which were very brief, literally dot point summaries of significant or key work that they were working on in the week. It just, because of the size of the legal division and the breadth of the work, this enabled me to stay across matters that may or may not have been escalated to me, but that were occupying the time of the legal team. It also gave me the opportunity to escalate myself if I thought there was work identified that was significant. And it just basically informed me about what was going on in the respective branches.
Okay, so the document on the right hand of the screen, that's the dot points, or the first page at least of the dot points?
Yeah, I think so. It looks like it's page 1, yes.
And there's a section headed Centrelink. See that?
Yes.
And that is a reference to the particular area dealt with by Mr. Steepneck's area relating to Centrelink. Is that the case?
Yes.
And then the last dot point under that heading is consideration of OCI-related issues following AIAL conference, where Legislative Authority for Debt Recovery was questioned in main conference lecture by Peter Hanks QC.
Yes.
And is that the dot point relating to that conference that you refer to in your statement?
I think it is. It's 833. Yes, yes, it is.
Thank you. So this email with this attachment was sent to Ms. Clark, CCing the Chief Counsel's positional inbox on the 27th of July 2017.
Yes.
Correct? A week after the AIAL conference.
Yes.
To your knowledge, was anything else done by the Legal Services Division in relation to the presentation of Mr. Hanks in relation to this matter?
I think the papers came in. I'm looking at my statement now. The papers came in on the 18th of August, the final papers from the conference, including Mr. Hanks' paper. And so I believe that would have been then analysed and considered by the Program Advice and Privacy branch.
Can you point to any document indicating that you were advised that it was being analysed and considered?
No, again, I think that would be, I think that would have been my assumption, given that the paper was sent to me. I don't know what that email, I don't have the email, but it was provided to me. The indication was that the issue remained under consideration from the dot points, and I would have considered that once the papers had been received, they would be considered. I know that they were received and distributed to other personnel as well as myself. So my view was that they were being considered, and if any issues were or concerns were raised, they would be brought to my attention.
Can you point to any document indicating you followed up to ascertain what consideration had been given to the matter following the papers coming in?
I can't point to a paper. I can identify that I would have met with Mr. Stipnieks on a weekly basis, and we would have discussed the work in his branch and any issues in his branch. So my expectation would have been that if there was going to be an issue raised, he would have raised it. But I haven't identified a piece of paper that says that, no.
So is it your evidence that, as far as you're concerned, unless Mr. Stipnieks specifically raised this as an issue with you in the meetings following these dot points being circulated, that there was no issue to follow up on with respect to Mr. Hanks's paper?
No, my expectation was that the matter was in hand and was being considered, and that advice would be brought forward if it was considered appropriate. That would have been my expectation. Again, I reflect on it now and think I could have done more follow-up. I may have done more follow-up. I simply can't recall, but I believed at the time that the paper was being reviewed, and that it was being reviewed by the right team, and they would bring issues forward if they considered it appropriate.
Wasn't it your duty as Chief Counsel to proactively follow up with them on this particular matter?
Again, in hindsight, I should have done more. I should have been more alert to it. I was responding to issues as they arose. I thought I had controls in place that if issues or advice needed to be brought forward, it would be brought forward. Was there significant consideration of Mr. Hanks' comments? I think there was. I do believe that Mr. Stipnieks and his team considered it. Should I have contested their views or probed more? Yes, I should have. But this is what I did at the time, and that was based on my view at the time. It was in hand and it was being looked at.
You said you rhetorically asked whether you should have contested their views, but did they express any views about this paper to you?
Well, they didn't express any views that it gave rise to a risk that we needed to undertake further legal advice or obtain or take any action. So they didn't bring that forward to me at the time. Should I have followed it up? Yes, possibly I should have followed it up.
Well, my question wasn't whether they expressed any views of a particular kind. My question was, did they express any views at all about this paper to you?
Not that I recall. I don't recall anything coming back to me, and I didn't locate anything in my searches about them coming back to me. It may have been discussed in a meeting, but I couldn't find a record of that.
And given the summary of what he had said at the conference, wasn't it obviously essential that you follow up with Mr. Stipnieks and his team to ascertain what work had been done to analyse the paper of Mr. Hanks?
I think I should have done that. I don't know if I did do that. I don't recall doing it, so I can't tell you that I definitely followed it up. But I agree that would have been the right thing to do. That would have been the prudent thing to do, yes.
Can you think of any reason not to follow up with Mr. Stipnieks?
It wasn't an intentional decision not to follow up with Mr. Stipnieks. It was on the radar. The job of the Chief Counsel is a large one. There were a lot of issues operating at the same time, and I believed it was in hand with the right team. And I believe that team were responsive. That was my experience. Mr. Stipnieks was very responsive in terms of following up on matters, so I didn't believe I needed to proactively chase him about it.
Mr. Scott, it's 1 o'clock.
Yes, Commissioner.
I only propose to take an hour for lunch, so I'll give you an option. You can go until 1:30 and we'll break till 2:30, or we'll stop now and come back at 2. What's your preference?
If we stop now, that'd be convenient, Commissioner.
Okay, we'll come back at 2. Thanks.
All rise. Commission stands adjourned until 2 p.m. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Scott.
Commissioner. Ms Musolino, prior to providing evidence to the Commission, did you ever read the Hanks article from 2017?
My recollection is that I may have. I don't recall reading it. I may have read it in part. I may have read it in totality. I can't recall if I read it. I think I probably did, but I can't recall.
When would you have read it?
I don't know.
Before 2019?
It's possible. I simply don't recall.
Do you agree with me? So you have read, but you have yet, rephrase, you have read it now, correct?
I have read it now, yes.
Do you agree with me that the article is consistent with the conclusion apparent from Mr Steepneck's summary of Mr Hanks' presentation, that it raised a substantial legal issue for the Commonwealth?
Yes, I think it raised a substantial legal issue for the Commonwealth, yes.
And in particular, it raised at the time a substantial question as to the lawfulness of averaging as it was used in the Robodebt scheme.
Yes.
Okay. Ms Musolino, I'm going to put some things as a matter of fairness to you. I suggest to you that you did in fact become aware in January 2017, upon your return from leave, of the draft instructions to the Australian Government Solicitor.
That's not my recollection, no.
That you did in fact become aware of the draft advice that we've discussed today that contains the specific recommendation to obtain advice from the Australian Government Solicitor.
That's not my recollection.
You did become aware at that time of the view formed within the Legal Services Division that there was a need to obtain advice from the Australian Government Solicitor.
No.
That steps had already been taken to arrange for the retainer of a solicitor from the Australian Government Solicitor.
No.
And that you were aware, either because you were told by Ms Carmody or was apparent to you from the draft advice prepared within the Legal Services Division, that the arguments in favour of averaging were weak.
No, I assume in answering that I'm talking about the advice to Sue Cruz, I think.
The more detailed one that has the letterhead on it.
The letterhead one addressed to Sue Cruz, no, I wasn't aware of that.
And I suggest to you that you were careful to avoid expressly acknowledging the weakness of the arguments in favour of averaging in response to Ms Golightly's email on the 21st of January 2017, where she referred to scaring the horses, because you knew that advice to that effect was unwanted by her.
No.
And I suggest to you that you failed to take any steps to properly advise the Secretary of the weakness of the legal position that the Commonwealth then faced in respect of the use of averaging under the Robodebt scheme, because you knew advice to that effect was unwanted by the Secretary.
No.
And you knew it was unwanted by the Secretary because advice to that effect, had it been communicated and documented, would have made it more difficult for the Secretary to later explain a decision by her to not get independent legal advice.
No.
And that it was obvious to you that had independent legal advice been obtained, there was a significant prospect it would confirm that the use of averaging was unlawful?
No.
The next document I want to show you, Ms. Musolino, is in a bundle of AAT cases, which the Associate to the Commissioner will provide to you. The document I want to show you is behind your tab 27, and owing to the confidentiality reasons, the name of the applicant in that case is redacted, but I have a piece of paper that I'll ask the Associate to show you to identify who the applicant was.
Thank you. Yes.
Have you got that note, Ms. Musolino?
Yes.
All right. And you recognise the name of that applicant?
Yes.
And you recall advising the then Secretary, Ms. Leon, about this particular case?
Yes.
And you recall that the tribunal member who decided this case is the same tribunal member who decided the case in early March 2017 that we discussed at some length on the last occasion?
Yes.
All right. Have you had an opportunity to review that decision in preparation for your evidence?
I have reviewed it previously. So I'm happy to answer questions. If I need to review particular sections, I'll ask for that.
Okay, well, I'll just ask you whether you agree that the decision comes to the same conclusion as the member did in the earlier decision in March 2017 about the lawfulness of averaging.
Yes, this is a September 2017, and I think without doing a line-by-line comparison, it appears to follow the same reasoning as the decision in March 2017.
Thank you. I don't need you to look at that document anymore. Can I ask you to go to what should be your second volume, Ms. Musolino, tab 69, doc ID CTH.2001.0009.3942, exhibit 4254. Now, there's some redactions for confidentiality reasons, Ms. Musolino. Do you agree that the document that I've just identified is an email from you to the then Secretary's office, dated the 6th of March 2018, dealing with the same decision of the AAT that we just discussed?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to refresh your memory as to the content of this email preparation for your evidence today, Ms Musolino?
I have. I might just take a minute to just have a quick look.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Now, the email is addressed to the Secretary. Do you agree?
It's addressed the Secretary's positional mailbox, which was, yes, in the Secretary's office.
But you can see in the body of the email it's addressed to the Secretary, can't you?
Yes.
All right. And it purports to respond to an annotation on a brief. Do you see that?
Yes, I think it was probably an annotation on an email.
Okay. But you see
It
that...
says brief, but sorry. Maybe it was a brief. I thought it was an email, but that's fine. It's an annotation on something I've given her, yes.
But you see that first point says that the Secretary has asked for a copy of the decision that we've been discussing.
Yes.
See that? And it would appear that a copy of that decision was attached.
Yes.
And then the next point is that it notes that the Secretary has asked whether the department has made an error in its original decision.
Yes.
And then in your email you go on to say, in my view, no error was made by the department in its original decision. You see that?
Yes.
And then seek to articulate the reasons why that's so. Do you see that?
Yes.
But don't at any stage identify the principle of administrative law that administrative decisions are required to be based on evidence.
It doesn't identify that principle, no.
Which is the central issue, isn't it?
It's a legal principle. It's not identified in this email.
Well, I put it another way, the sufficiency of the evidence to found a debt was the legal issue addressed in the decision we're discussing.
Yes, I accept that.
And that averaging did not provide sufficient evidence to raise a debt.
That was the position of the member who made that decision, yes.
And given that the question you were asked was whether or not there'd been a... Sorry, I'll withdraw that, I'll rephrase. And in particular, the criticism made by the tribunal of the original decision was that it relied on averaging when it concluded that averaging was not a lawful basis to raise a debt.
Yes, that was what the member found, yes.
Right. And so therefore, in answering the question whether or not the department made an error in its original decision surely required an examination of that principle, didn't it? That is, whether or not there was sufficient evidence for the decision to be grounded.
I think this answer reflects our view of the legal position at the time. This would have been drafted for me by the program advice team, and I think it reflects our view that we didn't agree with the reasoning of the member in that decision regarding the adequacy of the average data to found a debt.
But why not even address the relevant legal principle in this advice?
The purpose of this was to respond to the Secretary's request. It gives a summary. It's not proposed or intended to be a comprehensive advice, but it effectively summarises the legal view held at that time by the Legal Services Division, that it was sufficiently probative to make a decision based on averaged information. And so it didn't go through that legal principle. I accept that.
Well, it's your advice, isn't it, Ms Musolino?
Yep, it was drafted for me, but I endorsed it and I sent it, yes.
Sure, so you had to be satisfied that it was legally correct, didn't you?
Yes, and I was satisfied.
Right. Even though you knew that the central issue identified by the tribunal related to a legal principle which this email contains no reference whatsoever to?
At the time, yes, I accept that, and at the time I considered this to be a correct statement of our view on that regarding the matter.
Surely, if you were properly advising the Secretary, you would engage in an analysis of the relevant legal principle that had been the centre of the tribunal's decision.
I considered that the explanation we were giving here was sufficient for the purposes of briefing the Secretary. I considered that it reflected what had, by March 18, become a pretty firm view in the legal division regarding the suitability of averaging to founder debt. And at the time I sent it, I considered it provided sufficient information to inform the Secretary of the process. It spelled out the process that had been followed, and it gave my assurance that from the perspective of the legal division and myself, that was not an error. It was the decision being made in accordance with the program, how it had been designed to work.
Surely, if you were to properly advise the Secretary, you would need to identify the error found to exist by the tribunal in relation to the department's decision.
I think the way I read this is we were responding to the question from the Secretary, did we make an error? And our position was, in making the original decision, there was no error made. The process had been followed under the scheme. It wasn't an error in the sense of a computational error or a double counting error. It was, we'd applied the scheme as it was working, as it had been designed. So it wasn't an error in that sense, and that's how I interpreted that, and I think that's how we've answered it.
How did the Legal Services Division get to a firm view by March 2018 about the suitability of averaging to raise debts?
I think,
on the strength of what?
well, I think, as I sort of described last time, Commissioner, I think by January, February, we were doing fact find. By March, we'd received what I considered to be fairly clear confirmation from the Department of Social Services of what their position was. It was followed up by a letter from Secretary Finn Pratt, which was attached to the Ombudsman report, which said very clearly that the program was operating consistently with the legislation. And to be honest, I think from that point on, that became the accepted position. It became an entrenched view. I think on reflection, we shifted from not being certain to being quite certain that this was okay, and that became, as I said, an entrenched view. On reflection, I think we stopped going back to threshold questions because that became the accepted view. And
You just took on the DSS view?
I think we did, and I think now we took on the DSS view, and I'm not saying that we came up with a different view that we then ignored, but we took on the DSS view, and in many of our communications, that becomes the position. And you know, there's a role, I suppose, there's a tension in the in-house legal space of an independent legal advisor, but also an advocate once a position's been accepted. And I reflect now that a lot of what I see now, you know, when I've gone through the statement and gone through the documents, a lot of what I see is us advocating what's become that entrenched departmental position, and perhaps not doing enough to go back to basics when these issues are raised, but just basically relying on that being the position.
Okay. Can I just ask you one other question? In this email that we're looking at, you say that the department has now put in place measures to reduce the risks associated with averaging. What are you talking about there?
So I think a known risk of averaging was that it was likely inaccurate for many of our customers who had lumpy income, seasonal workers, students. So that was a known issue. Probably earlier, but by March 2018, we had iterated the scheme a couple of times, and it was a lot easier for customers to contact us, for starters, but also our staff were directed to make, you know, if a customer indicated they were having difficulty, our staff were using coercive notices more readily to assist them to obtain
Okay.
information. So
So the risk that averaging would be applied was reduced. There was nothing that was going to stop the risk if averaging was applied that it would produce an inaccurate debt. Is that right?
it's the former. It's less likely that it will be used because if someone and that was a softening of the position from how the scheme was at the beginning.
Sure. But nothing was going to solve the problem that averaging was not going to produce accurate debts in 99.9% of these cases if it was applied.
I agree, and that because that was absolutely that was a known. It was a known issue, and I think I make the point in this email that we thought averaging was lawful, but obviously readily displaced as soon as you got better information. You got fortnightly information.
All right, thanks.
You referred to an entrenched view that had developed in early 2017. Did you hold that entrenched view yourself?
I did. I felt very assured when we'd gone through that January, February, March period. I felt very assured by the assurances of the Department of Social Services that they were comfortable, that it was a fairly blunt statement in the letter from the Secretary of DSS that the program met legislative requirements. It was their legislation. I felt that was something we could rely on, and I think it, in retrospect, I think we overly relied on that going forward, but it was a view that I genuinely held, and I believe the lawyers that were reporting to me genuinely held that they didn't raise with me an alternate view or any concerns.
You retained that level of assurance notwithstanding Mr Hank's paper in July 2017?
I did. I think I was comfortable that paper was being reviewed and being considered, and that if there was a change of view, it would be brought forward to me. But it didn't. I don't recall changing my view or having a different view from that point.
You retained that level of assurance notwithstanding you took no steps whatsoever to follow up with Mr Steepnecks as to what work was being done with respect to Mr Hank's paper.
I believed that there was a framework in place that if those issues would arise, they would be brought to me. They weren't.
That can be taken down. Also in 2018, you became aware of articles by Professor Carney regarding averaging.
Yes.
He's the same member of was the same member of the AAT that decided the case that we were just discussing, as well as the one in March 2017 we were discussing on the last occasion.
Yes.
You agree with me that he quite strongly argued in that article that averaging was unlawful?
Yes.
And notwithstanding his arguments, you, is this right, retained your level of assurance based on what the Department of Social Services had represented to the Ombudsman in early 2017?
No, I based it on an analysis. So I was aware of the articles. There was analysis undertaken within the Legal Services Division. I think by Mara Stipnieks and I think by Matt Rosa. I'd have to check the records, but I know that senior lawyers were looking at that article and considering it, and were doing that detailed analysis. They provided analysis to me. It didn't raise any concerns. It didn't raise any red flags for me.
Well, I asked the witness be shown your tab 99 of the second volume, Ms Musolino, and also tab 100, first document CTH.3007.0008.4138, exhibit 4287, and then the second document is CTH.3007.0008.4139, exhibit 4288. If we could have those two documents on the screen, please. Now, you agree with me that the first of the documents is an email from Mr. Rosa to yourself, dated the 6th of April 2018,
Yes,
and the second document is the attachment to that email,
yes,
and that purports to be a commentary on the article by Mr. Carney.
yes.
Is that the analysis by Mr. Rosa that you were referring to?
It's one of them. That's the analysis by Mr. Rosa, yes.
And did Mr. Steepnex do a similar analysis involving the same legal arguments?
Yes.
Do we need to go to the analysis by Mr. Steepnex, or can we take it that this document reflects in substance what Mr. Steepnex also advised?
I think in substance they both don't call out any particular concerns. They address the arguments put in the paper.
Right.
And they make some comments in response.
All right. Well, can you identify any judicial authority that's referred to in this analysis?
No.
Mr. Carney's article, on the other hand, contained extensive reference to judicial authority?
Yes, this doesn't contain reference to judicial authority. It simply refers to AAT1 decisions that have recognised the permissibility of averaging, but it doesn't cite them.
Right. Doesn't deal with any legal principles, does it?
It makes some statements around a properly authorised delegate. So the second dot point, a decision by a properly authorised delegate is a legally valid decision operative until such time as it's set aside or varied in the course of a review or appeal process. So it touches on administrative law principles generally, I would say.
Does it deal in any respect with the legal principle requiring administrative decisions to be based on evidence?
No, on page 2 it lists some principles of good administrative decision making.
Sure.
But it doesn't refer specifically to what you've just described.
Which was the central issue?
I think, yes, in hindsight, that was the central issue.
Well, it was the central issue, one of the central issues identified in Mr. Carney's article, wasn't it?
Without reading it, I'll accept that.
Have you not read Mr. Carney's article, Ms. Musolino?
I have read Mr. Carney's article. But I don't know it off by heart. I just have read it. And if it helps, I accept that that would have been one of the key principles in his article.
Sorry?
If it helps, I would accept that what you said would be a key principle in that article.
Well, I don't want to be unfair, Ms. Musolino. I want to make sure it's accurate. Your volume 1, tab 12. Doc ID CTH.3004.0008.3193. Exhibit 4218. Do you have that document, Ms. Musolino?
Yes.
Could I ask you to go to, please, page 6. You see at the bottom of the last paragraph on page 6, the question is asked by Mr Carney, so is it sufficient for Centrelink to discharge that practical onus on the basis of doubts or suspicions of there being an overpayment based on averaged fortnightly income, coupled with the inability of the alleged debtor to upload or otherwise provide evidence of actual earnings to contradict that material? As now explained, there are 2 reasons why I argue that this is inadequate. Do you see that?
Did you say page 6?
Page 6, yes. Is that the Carney article?
Yes, just struggling.
So it starts at the bottom of that last paragraph, last sentence on that.
So, yes, so I see it, the very last sentence. So it is sufficient, yep.
Okay, and then you see the first reason that Mr Carney articulates is that the ATO-based evidence and associated averaging calculation is not necessarily indicative of any debt at all.
Yes.
And then he articulates the lack of evidentiary relevance of averaging consistent with his decisions when a member of the AAT, those 2 decisions we've been discussing.
Yes.
Doesn't that raise squarely the question, by reference to the principle of administrative law, as to, sorry, I'll rephrase that. Doesn't that raise squarely the relevance of the principle of administrative law that administrative decisions are required to be based on evidence?
Yes.
Right. A principle which finds no analysis in the document provided by Mr Rosa, and in substance involved the same analysis as the analysis provided by Mr Steepnex.
Yes.
And is it your evidence that, notwithstanding that clear omission, you still had a level of assurance of the lawfulness of the use of averaging in the Robodebt scheme?
Yes, I didn't appreciate it as an omission at the time, or appreciate its significance, obviously. I do now. At the time, I relied on what was written on the page in terms of the justification given in that material.
Did you critically analyse this document at all? That is, the document supplied by Mr Rosa, headed Commentary on an article by Professor Terry Carney AO?
I read it. It sounded reasonable to me. Did I conduct my own research and analysis? No, I did not.
I asked you whether you critically analysed it.
Well, I read it. Did I critically analyse it? Well, critical analysis would have required me to ask more questions. Did I do that? No, I did not.
Well, wouldn't it at least require you to reflect on whether or not it addressed all relevant legal principles?
I'm not certain what I considered at the time. I know that I read it and I accepted it and accepted what it was saying. I don't know how closely I had read the article by Professor Carney at the time, but I accepted the advice that was given at the time.
I think that's a strong feature of almost all the in-house advice from DHS and DSS is the studious avoidance of the relevant provisions of the Social Security Act. Did that never strike you? You know, most lawyers go back to the Act, given that decisions need to be made pursuant to the Act. They go and see what the Act says. Just doesn't seem to happen.
Commissioner, in some of the advices that we obtained or that we retrieved when we were doing the scrape, some of them do refer to sections of the Act. These ones don't.
Provisions of the Act which deal with rate calculators and bases of entitlement?
It's hard for me to explain why that is. I agree with that observation. They tend to be more high level.
Because you would need to look, wouldn't you, at what the rate calculators say about calculating income. You'd need to look at the definition of ordinary income, and you would find that it was actual income earned, derived or received in a given fortnight.
Yes.
And nowhere in that would you find room for averaging in the absence of anything to show that it reflected actual income.
I think we stopped looking at that question. I just think to to my earlier evidence, I think we accepted that averaging was lawful. And
Well, I don't know that you stopped looking at it. I don't know that you ever started.
I accept that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms Musolino, the next document I want to show you is in your volume 3, tab 119, doc ID CTH.3005.0008.6235, exhibit 6252.
Tab 119?
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay. Agree with me, that is a briefing to the then Secretary, Miss Leon, for the purpose of a discussion with the Commonwealth Ombudsman.
Yes.
In particular, as a result of a request by the then Ombudsman for a meeting with the department to discuss legal issues relating to the Robodebt scheme by reason of Mr Carney's article.
Yes.
Suggest to you it was obvious by that stage that Mr Carney's article was of sufficient significance that it had raised the attention of the then Ombudsman.
Yes.
And the Secretary was seeking assistance from the Legal Services Division, of which you were the head, for the purpose of that discussion.
Yes, but just to clarify, I don't think the Secretary was seeking assistance. She wasn't proposed to attend the meeting. This was a brief to tell the Secretary that the Ombudsman had requested a meeting and that it would be attended by the relevant Deputy Secretary for Integrity and Information, who was Rebecca Cross, and would be attended by me and other officers to talk to the Ombudsman about that article.
Look, can I just ask you something about, we talked about that case earlier, and you'd given some advice to the Secretary. She had asked for a copy of the case and you'd given her some advice. Did you actually verbally discuss it with her?
I may well have. I can't recall.
Do you know if she'd read the case?
It was Secretary Leon. I expect she would have read the case, but I can't
All right,
confirm that.
thank you. Sorry, Mr Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, in any event, Ms Musolino, the Secretary was clearly concerned about the request by the then Ombudsman, sufficient to seek a briefing to understand the Department's position in relation to Mr Carney's article.
I don't think the Secretary requested this briefing. The purpose of the briefing is to advise her that a meeting's going to be held. So it's possible the Secretary didn't even know that there'd been because it wasn't a request from the Ombudsman to meet with the Secretary. This one, it was a request from the Ombudsman to meet with the Department. So, but the purpose of the brief is to let the Secretary know that this meeting will be attended and what the issues will be and who will be attending, that kind of thing.
Yes, fair enough. But given the interest of the then Ombudsman in the Carney article, it was important to properly advise the Secretary about the Department's position on averaging in the context of Mr Carney's article.
Yes, it was, yes, I accept that.
And do you agree that would require frank and candid advice to the Secretary about the accuracy or otherwise of the assertions of law made by Mr Carney?
Yes.
Independent advice?
Well, at this point, it wasn't clear that it required independent advice. It was, yeah.
I was imprecise, particularly given the context of our discussion earlier. I mean independent in the sense of objective advice.
Yes. Yes, I'd agree with that.
Do you think this briefing provides an objective analysis of the legal arguments in Mr Carney's article?
I think it's objective in the sense that it reflects the genuinely held view. It's not coloured by any, other intention. But I would say it's not comprehensive. It's not detailed.
Well, doesn't it suffer the exact same flaw that appeared in Mr Rose's document we were discussing before, in that it completely fails to critically analyse the legal issue as to the sufficiency of averaging to ground a debt?
Yes, it's more in the nature of critique and response to the arguments put by Professor Carney.
You mentioned a little while ago a tension in the in-house legal space between independence and advocacy. And I understood your evidence to be that within the in-house legal space there is a tendency to advocate for the department's position rather than critically and objectively analyse it.
I think that is true, yes.
Is this an example of a advocacy for the department's position rather than objective advice as to whether the department's position has a proper foundation in law?
I think this is an example, yes.
Can I ask you about something you just said a couple of minutes ago? I asked you about whether the secretary had read the case that we were discussing, and you said it was Secretary Leon. I expect she would have.
Yes.
Does that suggest a difference in approach of Secretary Leon from the previous secretary?
Secretary Leon was a lawyer, and a very experienced lawyer. To my knowledge, my dealings with her was that she was very detail driven, and she would read what we gave her and often ask questions about it. So it was just an observation that she tended to be willing to get into a lot more detail than perhaps the previous secretary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did you have regular meetings with the secretary?
With Secretary Leon?
Yes.
I don't think I had regular meetings with her. I wasn't a direct report to her. So I would have had regular meetings with my boss, who was the Deputy Secretary. But I met with Secretary Leon more on an ad hoc basis when she wanted a meeting or I needed to raise anything with her.
I think her evidence is to the effect that she did have regular meetings with you as secretary.
I can't recall it being a weekly meeting or a fortnightly meeting. Maybe she's right. That wasn't my recollection. It could be right. I don't recall having a regular scheduled meeting with her.
And I think the evidence was on the basis that as Chief Counsel, one of your duties was to be advisor to the secretary, legal advisor to the secretary.
Yeah, so I think I did meet with her, but I don't recall it being a regular weekly meeting or anything like that. But I certainly did meet with her, and I didn't have any trouble getting a meeting if I wanted one.
And her evidence was to the effect that at one of these meetings, which she said was regular, she asked you in relation to Mr Carney's article whether we, being the department, were confident that the program was lawful. Do you recall her ever asking you that?
I don't recall that.
And her evidence is that you said, yes, we are. You obviously don't recall that.
I don't recall that, but it's not inconsistent with the view that we had an entrenched view at that point that it was lawful.
And she says, in response to a question from her as to why we, being the department, were confident, you said it is a long-standing principle of administrative law that a decision maker is entitled to rely on the best available evidence at the time. And do you recall ever saying that to her?
I don't recall saying that, no.
Do you appreciate that for a lawyer to state that a particular principle of law is long-standing, in effect, is a representation that it has some judicial support.
I would accept that, yes.
To use the words long-standing principle of administrative law would ordinarily connote some High Court authority, wouldn't it?
I don't know if it would connote that, but it might just be the period of time it's been long-standing. But I don't recall saying that.
And if it's not a High Court authority, you'd expect it to be reflected in a number of intermediate appellate court decisions, wouldn't you?
Possibly, yes.
Can you identify any judicial authority which states that it is a principle of administrative law that a decision maker is entitled to rely on the best available evidence at the time?
No.
Ms Musolino, I suggest to you that you did say that to Ms Leon.
I don't recall saying that to Ms Leon.
You did so when you knew that there was no basis for that assertion.
No.
And you did so to bolster your assertion that the department was confident in the lawfulness of the program.
No.
And you did so because if you had have truly represented the weakness of the department's position, you knew that you would then be asked, what advice had you given in the past to the former secretary about that position? And you would have to admit that you failed to properly advise the secretary, the previous secretary, about the weakness of the position.
I don't accept that.
Okay. That can be taken down. Do you recall in early 2019 the Masterton proceedings being commenced?
I do, yes.
Were you, by that stage, still the Chief Counsel?
No.
What was your position by that stage?
I moved into an acting role from, I think it was either January or February 2019, as the Acting Deputy Secretary for the Integrity and Information Group.
Was it part of your role to provide instructions to the Chief Counsel regarding the conduct of the Masterton proceeding?
Yes. On most things, and there were some things where we sought instructions from the Secretary.
Okay. Where are those transcripts? That's all right. Do you recall at an early stage of the Masterton proceedings attending a case conference with Mr Ensby of AGS, Mr French and perhaps Mr Rosa?
Yes, I think there were a few case conferences with those people.
Do you recall at one such conference saying words to the effect that we, being the department, don't wish to treat this as a test case?
I don't recall saying those words, but it's not inconsistent with, I think, the view that we wanted to manage litigation risk around this matter. So I don't recall saying those words, but it's not inconsistent with the conversation that we were having about how to manage the matter and how to manage litigation risk.
What do you mean by managed litigation risk?
So how we would manage the consequences of the matter. So how we would manage our obligations under the Legal Services Direction with respect to the matter, given that we had obligations to narrow the issues and try to resolve the matter. And obviously, one of our obligations is to try and settle the matter if that's possible. And you think about settling the matter in the context of the prospects of success. So all of those issues we talked about at length in relation to that matter.
Was there a desire to avoid a court determination of the issue of averaging?
I think there was a desire to get a conclusion on the matter. Oh, sorry, I'll start that again. I think there was a strong desire to get some definitive advice about the issue of averaging because with the commencement of the Masterton matter in March 2019 and some early advice from AGS, it was apparent that there was a significant issue there. And
Or the early advice from AGS, what are you referring to?
I think there was advice in early March regarding the Masterton matter, and then that actually turned into a written advice on the 27th of March,
Right.
2019, which talked about prospects.
What was the early advice? How early in March are you referring?
I'm actually struggling to remember now, but I know that there was advice that it wasn't a hopeless case, that there was an issue there, and that turned into a written advice late March, which went to prospects in the matter, and that recommended, and I'm sure you'll take me there, but that recommended that so the 27 March advice provided advice on how to manage the matter at hand, the Masterton matter. It also recommended that we not rely on that advice in terms of the broader scheme, but that we seek Solicitor General advice, and that's what we did.
Okay. The earlier advice you're referring to, is that earlier advice in an email from Mr Ensby on or about the 5th or 6th of March 2019?
There's an email from Mr Ensby that I recall, which talked about options to try and, yes, I think that's what I'm thinking of.
Right, and in that email he used the words, prospects are not hopeless for Miss Marsden.
They're not hopeless, yes, that's the one I was thinking of, yep.
In your third volume, Ms Musolino, behind tab 130, there should be two documents which comprise, I understand, Exhibit 6255. First document is Doc ID CTH.2001.0013.0061, and that would appear to be an email chain concluding with an email dated the 6th of March 2019. But then there is a further document, Doc ID CTH.2001.0013.0065, and that would appear to be an email from Mr Ensby dated the 5th of March 2019. I'm interested in that second document, Mr Ensby's 5 March 2019 advice.
March 2019 at 5:54 p.m. No, that's from Tim, sorry.
So it's the last, should be the last two or three pages of the bundle.
Yes, it's, the header is Matt Rosa, but it's,
Yes.
yeah.
This might not be the email that you're referring to, Ms Musolino, about the prospects of Miss Masterton being not hopeless. But while we're on this, you see that it discusses two options
Yes,
regarding the recalculation of the debt.
yes,
And the reason why the two options were being discussed was because by that stage it was realised that there had been an error in the calculation of the debt in the first instance by the department.
yes, it was a duplication error.
Yes, by calculating on the basis that there had been undeclared income, but in circumstances where in fact the said undeclared income was income that had already been declared but under a different business name.
Yes,
Thank you. And effectively, the options were recalculate with averaging, or two, that's the first option, or option two, recalculate without averaging. The
Yes.
two options are articulated under the introductory sentence on the first page, Dear Matthew. See what it says, you have asked for advice?
yes. Could I just have a minute to read this to myself?
Sure.
Yes, okay.
If we just go to the second page, the heading Observations on the Preferred Options. The last paragraph before Observations on Possibility of Court Hearing. To see that?
Yes,
To see there's the reference to the then assessment of Mr Masterton's application prospects as not being hopeless. See that? Third paragraph on the screen.
yes,
Okay. And that's consistent with your recollection of the early assessment by AGS, even at this stage on the 5th of March, that it was thought that Miss Masterton's prospects weren't hopeless
yes,
and that her application raised a serious question.
yes,
Right. And if I just draw your attention to the first paragraph under that heading where it says, the only scenario in which option one, being the option where there's recalculation with averaging, appears to us to be more attractive is if the department had a positive desire to have the federal court issue a ruling on the legality of the use of averaging and or the OCI system. We do not understand this to be the case.
yes,
That's it's expressed in a negative, but it would seem to express an understanding by Mr Ensby that there was a desire not to have a ruling from the court on the legality of the use of averaging. Would you agree with me on that?
that's what it appears to say. That's how it appears to be expressed.
Can you assist us at all as to where Mr Ensby might have got that understanding from?
As I said, I think we'd had, well, I can't remember the dates. I do believe we'd had conversations with Mr French and myself. And it may have been from those conversations.
Right. So can you assist us as to why the department would not at this stage have had a desire to have the federal court issue a ruling on the legality of the use of averaging and or the OCI system?
I can only think it's in relation to what we discussed earlier, which is the matter appeared to give rise to some proper deficiencies in terms of the calculation. I suppose it was a question of was this the best matter that we could that could be taken forward to test the point. I think by now we were. It was obvious that there was an issue, and I think it was actually. I don't know, other than we would have had discussions about the risks of running the matter. We would have been cognizant of the fact that there were risks to the Commonwealth in running the matter, and that there might be other ways to get a definitive view on the position rather than running a case that was actually not a great case in the sense that it was infected by errors that we were going to have to correct before we went to court.
Well, one possible explanation I suggest is that if the matter, it might be thought to be the best course to attempt to settle this matter without a ruling by the federal court that might involve reputational damage to the government, and then separately get an opinion from the Solicitor General, which would be privileged and confidential and therefore wouldn't involve reputational damage.
No doubt running a public matter would have been a consideration, I accept that. The advantage of getting a Solicitor General advice would have been we could actually ask questions, make it broad and comprehensive. And obviously with litigation there are a lot of unknowns around timing and appeals, and if it's actually going to answer all the questions that we need answered to get a definitive view on the program. And can I add to that, Councillor?
Sure, please.
Just, I think under background on page 1, I think that paragraph commencing we have previously discussed, and we understand that the department agrees that given the identified error, the debt should be recalculated. We will not revisit all of the reasons why a recalculation is required in this email, but they include at least some model litigant obligation and avoiding unnecessary costs and adverse court cost orders. And I do recollect quite a long discussion about how we were going to manage those obligations in this matter.
All right, thank you. That document can be taken down. I'm next taking you to your tab 121 in the third volume, Ms Musolino, doc ID CTH.3035.0017.0616, exhibit 5365. You got that, Ms Musolino?
Yes.
We're moving on to something else. Can I just put this to you, though? The recalculation that was done on a completely specious ground, wasn't it? In other words, that Ms Masterton's solicitor had said in his affidavit that she had told him she believed she'd properly declared her income, and that was the sole ground on which ultimately the recalculation was done.
I don't agree, Commissioner. There was a policy called the verbal assurances policy.
The what?
There was a policy in the department called the verbal assurances policy. I don't know if that was the exact name, but that was the gist of it, which I recall seeing somewhere, which talks about when you can rely on verbal assurances from customers around certain matters.
Okay, this wasn't a verbal assurance from a customer, was it?
It wasn't, but no, that's exactly right. But it was not inconsistent with the notion that if a customer spoke to you and what they said was plausible, made sense, you could accept a verbal assurance without further information and a decision could still be made.
Okay, so you telling me that if customers who were captured by the Robodebt scheme told Centrelink that they declared their income properly without more, no debt would be raised?
It's not as broad as that, but it was about actually taking into account what the policy said was you could take into account things that the customer told you, and if they seemed reasonable in the circumstances, you could take them into account in making the decision. And my recollection is that there was advice from the compliance area to say it doesn't fit squarely in the policy, but it's not inconsistent, and we think we can do a recalculation.
Thank you.
Before I move off that topic, Commissioner, I might just dally with one aspect. In the event the recalculation was made on the basis of Miss Masterton's solicitor's declarations in her affidavit, correct?
In his affidavit?
His
Yeah,
affidavit.
and following removal of the duplication error,
Yes.
I think the recalculation was based on the affidavit evidence from the lawyer from VLA. And I could be wrong, but I thought also there was a component of working credits or something. There was some other component that had to be remedied. But yes, primarily it was based on that.
And then that didn't itself settle the litigation because there remained the issue of costs.
Yes.
I ask you to go to your tab 144, Miss Musolino, Exhibit 5409, Doc ID CTH.3004.00121688. Do you have that?
Yes.
That commences with, that's an email chain commencing with an email from Mr. Rosa, dated the 10th of April 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says, Dear Annette and Craig, Craig being Craig Storen, this email seeks your agreement to the department endeavouring to finalise this matter on the basis that the proceedings be discontinued with the Commonwealth to pay Miss Masterton's costs. That is, the department would not make an initial offer that the proceedings be discontinued with each party to pay its own costs. See that?
Yes.
For the non-lawyers in this room and watching these proceedings, that's a proposal, isn't it, for an offer where effectively both parties walk away and neither party has to pay the other party's legal costs, correct?
Yes.
And it's an offer that's sometimes made as a means of resolving legal proceedings.
Yes.
And then it says, any settlement offer will be made in the letter to be sent by AGS to Miss Masterton's lawyers on Friday the 12th of April 2019 in relation to the recalculation of the debt. You see that?
Yes.
And then the next paragraph refers to Nick Owen SC. Is that Nick Owens SC?
Yes.
And Zoe Maud, Senior and Junior Counsel respectively for the Commonwealth in the matter. See that?
Yep.
And it refers to them having provided oral advice to AGS which confirms that such an initial offer that the proceeding be dismissed or discontinued with each party to pay its own costs can be made, but recommending strongly against making such an offer for the following reasons. And one of those that's identified in the next paragraph is that there is no utility in making such an initial offer in circumstances where it is highly likely to be rejected. See that?
Yes.
And then there's an email from yourself where you say, in response, can I get an understanding of this given that the matter is being run by Victorian Legal Aid and therefore I assume applicant's cost exposure for her own costs is nil? If that is right, not sure how valid counsel's advice is. We also need to be clear on the fact that there is a reputation risk in us agreeing to pay her costs given our narrative that the whole of the proceedings could have been avoided had Miss Masterton engaged with us in the usual course. How would we justify paying her costs if we are not conceding that the issuing of the original letter was wrong, but rather that it was based on the information we had at the time? See that?
Yes.
And I suggest to you that's an acknowledgement that agreeing to pay the applicant's costs in circumstances where the recalculation is being done in reliance on the affidavit material supplied by the applicant is an acknowledgement that the calculation could have been done all along without that affidavit.
The calculation, sorry, couldn't?
Could have been done all along without that affidavit.
Calculation could have been done. The recalculation could have been done without the affidavit.
Well, it could have been, the calculation of her entitlement could have been done all along without the affidavit.
Yes, a recalculation could have been done without resorting to the affidavit.
That's right, and that had that calculation been done based on what the department already knew, no debt should have been raised in the first place.
Yes, with the one proviso that the additional information was that it was, or the additional weight of the information was that it was in a sworn format, and that was the additional piece. That was the additional thing that gave it more weight, I suppose.
It wasn't in a sworn format from Ms Masterton,
No,
so
it
what
wasn't.
good did that do you?
I accept that.
You weren't prepared to act on her original declarations of income. So much for accepting the recipient's word for things. And then suddenly a hearsay account by her solicitor will do it. That was just clutching at a straw to give a fig leaf to cover the settlement, wasn't it? It was a terrible mixed metaphor.
Yeah, I accept that that's the perception. We did talk about this option at length, and we considered it to be appropriate. We took legal advice on it. We took policy advice on it from the area, and we did consider it an appropriate way to try to resolve the matter. And just the other point I'd make is this is on the 10th of April 2019, by which time we had received the 27 March advice from AGS recommending we get Solicitor General advice. So that was now our pathway to get definitive advice. And I think our focus in Masterton, I accept, was to try and just resolve the matter and get rid of it.
Well, that's evident.
And resolve the matter in such a way that there would be no public acknowledgement that the department had any doubts about the lawfulness of averaging.
Yes, I'd accept that. We were trying to preserve our position pending other potential litigation, yes.
Okay. And just to complete this chain of evidence, if you could please go to the next tab, 145, Exhibit 5410, Doc ID CTH.3004.0012.1702. Have that?
Yes.
And that's an email from, that's an email chain that concludes with an email from Mr. French following Mr. Rose's earlier email confirming, as discussed with you, instructions have not changed. The initial offer will be that the proceeding will be dismissed or discontinued with each party to pay its own costs.
Yes.
Now, as it happened, the offer to resolve the matter with each party bearing their own costs was rejected by Victorian Legal Aid.
Yes.
And ultimately, the matter settled on the basis that the Commonwealth pay Ms Masterton's costs, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could return, please, to tab 121, Doc ID CTH.3035.0017.0616, Exhibit 5365. Oh, we have that? No, we don't. All right. Do you agree with me, Ms Musolino, that at the bottom of this email chain is an email from Katie Langham, dated the 22nd of February 2019, to, amongst others, yourself,
Yes.
attaching a draft of the 2019 Ombudsman report.
Yes.
If we go to the next tab, tab 122, Exhibit 5366, Doc ID CTH.3035.0017.0618. And if I could ask you to please turn to page 27. Last four digits, 0647. All right. Now, do you remember receiving a draft of the Ombudsman's 2019 report with this section in it,
Yes.
which essentially acknowledged what was abundantly clear by that stage, that there was a substantial issue regarding the lawfulness of averaging?
Yes, the Ombudsman was identifying that there was litigation on foot in terms of the Masterton matter.
Yes. And acknowledges the existence of that issue. Correct?
Yes.
When it had not done so in the 2017 report.
It had referred to averaging, described the process. I don't think it had anything on legality per se. I think it had some content. I'd have to go back and look. I don't recall a statement asserting the legality of averaging.
Well, certainly nothing no words indicating that there was to the effect that there was a significant legal issue around the lawfulness of averaging.
No.
Nothing like what appears here.
No, nothing like what appears here, yes.
And you're aware, aren't you, that members of the department involved, including yourself, were involved in effectively advocacy to the Ombudsman with the aim of having this part of the draft report removed?
Yes.
And that advocacy was successful?
Yes.
Can I ask you to go to your tab 124, Ms Musolino? Doc ID CTH.3007.0011.2505, Exhibit 5368.
Sorry, tab 124?
Yes.
Yes. So I thought you said a different number.
Now, I'm happy for you to read through this email chain to yourself, Ms Musolino, to satisfy yourself of the content of this.
Yes.
And having satisfied yourself of that, do you agree with me that this is proposed draft words for the purpose of a brief to the Secretary for her meeting with the Commonwealth Ombudsman on Friday the 1st of March 2019?
Yes.
And there's some words proposed by Mr French in his email dated the 22nd of February 2019 at 3:26 p.m.
Yes.
Which you receive, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that his points look fine, but then you identify your additions, correct?
Yes.
And your additions are those words that are in the capitals and in red in his email.
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me that the wording in that email purports to express a high degree of confidence in the lawfulness of averaging?
The wording in the email overall?
Yes.
Yes, it articulates the department's position at that point in a confident way. Yes, I'd agree with that.
And, for example, the second bullet point, there's an assertion that the legality of procedures at the heart of the EIC system is not uncertain.
Yes.
When by that stage you knew that the legality of averaging was anything but.
We knew there was certainly an issue. We knew that from the AGS advice in relation to the Masterton matter.
There was a substantial legal issue.
It was, yes, I'd agree.
And the strength of the assertions in this email as to the lawfulness of the program were clearly not supported by the position as you understood it at the time.
I think it articulates confidence at a high level. This is in February. I think we didn't have the Masterton prospects advice at this point, but we certainly knew there was an issue. The purpose of this was there was a high level of concern about this information being released in the context of litigation having just commenced, and also concern about some of the suggestions regarding obtaining and making public legal advice.
Well, the high-level concern resulted in you endorsing wording for a briefing to the Secretary that completely overstated the strength of the department's legal position.
I think this email overstates it. I don't know if... I think this email overstates it. I know this was a very early iteration and it was iterated a number of times following this, but I accept what you say. It expresses our confidence at a high level, and the only point I would make is it's in the context of an advocacy of it not being appropriate for certain material to be put in the public domain at this point in time.
In the context of an advocacy of not being appropriate for certain material to be put in the public domain at this point in time, are you referring to context of advocacy to the Ombudsman?
Yes, it was directed at being very firm with the Ombudsman, I suppose, about our position at that point in time not having changed. And the position of the department had not changed, while we had probably more uncertainty as a result of what we'd learned in Masterton. The official position had not changed at this point.
So at the stage of this document, was it your intent that wording to this effect would be represented to the Ombudsman?
I think this was a very, I think as Tim indicates in the email, this is sort of initial thoughts, and but the purpose was to put forward the department's position at this point in time to the Ombudsman to advocate what we considered to be the correct position, which is that it was inappropriate to publish those comments at that point in time, and without further consultation with the Attorney General's Department.
Well, advocate on the basis of assertions of a strength of a legal position which was clearly overstated to your knowledge.
I didn't think it was overstated at the time. I accept what you say now, looking at what that says and the point in time, I accept that.
Come on, Ms Musolino, you well knew it overstated the position.
I didn't consider it, well, I considered it strongly put the department's position, and that was the purpose of the advocacy. I accept what you say, though.
What was the concern about the Ombudsman saying what he proposed to say? Why so anxious?
There were a few things, Commissioner. One was the litigation had just commenced in the Masterton matter.
So why did that matter? He was just saying it had.
I beg your pardon?
Why did that matter? All he was saying was that there was litigation. He wasn't proposing to comment on the merits of it.
Well, the statements in his in the material that we were provided suggested that it said something like programs that are commenced, large programs should have, even if it's I can't remember the exact language, but programs should have
You can
advice.
turn it up. I think it's
Yeah.
in the behind tab
it's tab
122,
122.
and it's at page 27.
Yep. So there were a couple of concerns. One is it was outside the scope of the report, so that was just an administrative thing. Came in quite late, so we had done this whole implementation own motion, and this came in sort of at the last hour. It recommended, I'm just looking for it. At 4.5, it said, in our view, if the legality of programs of automation are not reasonably certain, agencies should ensure a mitigation by doing the following: advice from external lawyers that could be cited to reassure the public, and if necessary, advice to the Minister to introduce clarifying amendments. And our view was that would be taken publicly to be, and if we accepted it, it would be taken publicly to be an admission. These things, that legislation was required, clarifying legislation. We're also concerned that with the notion that advice should be obtained and cited to reassure the public, and we thought that warranted consideration by the Attorney General's Department. So there was a general concern because of the timing, and my recollection is that Secretary Leon met with the Ombudsman to discuss those concerns and followed it up with a letter or an email, and they were taken on board. But there was concern in the department, including with Secretary Leon, about the timing, given the litigation.
Yeah, I'm just not clear why the litigation mattered to this.
Well, because if this was published, we were concerned that it would be taken as an admission if we accepted the recommendations and accepted the report. We were worried it would be accepted as an admission that there had been some problem in the setup of the program. We didn't want to make that admission publicly at that point.
All right.
How does publication of this constitute an admission by the department?
Well, I think if it's published and the department accepts the report and accepts the recommendations and doesn't qualify it, then that could be taken as an admission.
Well, what if the department didn't accept that part of the report?
Well, the department could have, if the Ombudsman had pressed ahead and published, and that was his right, he's independent, then the likely outcome would have been, in responding to the report, Secretary Leon would have had to make some statements about not accepting that certain premises that were contained in this section. That's probably how we would have dealt with it. And that's not uncommon. If the Ombudsman publishes something we don't agree with, we can always respond by letter, and that's published, which puts our side forward. But at this point, Secretary Leon accepted it was appropriate to talk to the Ombudsman about our concerns.
Your third volume, Ms Musolino, tab 178. Exhibit 4742, doc ID CTH.3796.0001.0001.
Yes.
And the related attachment is a brief to the then Minister, Mr Tudge, Exhibit 4722.CTH.3009.0008.0589.
Yes.
And the second of those two documents is a brief to Mr Tudge concerning correspondence from Miss Jennifer Miller.
Yes.
And that brief relates to a complaint about the handling of the case of her son. You see that?
Yes.
Do you recall his case
I do. Yes.
and the circumstances of it?
Yes.
In particular, those circumstances which are detailed commencing on page 1 and 2 of the attachment A to the document. That is the brief.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. And I'm happy for you to refresh your memory of those two. And I'm not suggesting at this stage, at least, that you've read this brief, by the way, Ms Musolino. I'm just using it as a convenient guide to the circumstances of his case.
Yes.
Do you have a sufficient recollection that his case related to a review, so reviews done in relation to his receipt of New Start allowance,
Yes.
done prior to the online compliance intervention going live, but in the manual intervention process that used the same averaging methodology?
Yes. I'm just trying to recollect one thing. I just can't recall if it involved averaging, but I'll accept. I'm sure it's in here somewhere, but I'll accept if that's the case that it did.
Well, the first review was done on the 6th of May 2016.
Yes.
And if you go to
Yeah.
page 4,
Paragraph 4.
page 4,
Okay. I can see it. I can see it. Paragraph 4.
no, I'm asking about page 4 at this stage.
Page 4. Yes.
And the heading vulnerability indicator,
Oh, yes.
paragraph 31 talks about what a vulnerability indicator is.
Yes.
And the consequences of someone having a vulnerability indicator applied to their file.
Just looking for where it talks about the consequences.
Well, they're described in general terms under the bullet points under paragraph 31. They alert staff that extra assistance may be required to support job seekers in meeting their mutual obligation requirements.
Yes.
And of the need to exercise caution when considering applying a penalty for not meeting their obligations.
Yes.
What is not in this document is that one of the requirements relating to vulnerability indicators is that debt collectors not be used to recover debts. I know it's not in this document, but I'm asking you whether you recall that to be the case.
I don't recall if that was the case at the time that this activity was underway. So I know there was a decision to exclude vulnerable and sensitive people from the program in 2017. I can't tell you if that was a setting when this case was undertaken.
All right. Well, you can see in paragraphs 35, yes, so paragraphs 35 through to 38 refer to various instances where he had a vulnerability indicator on his file. Did you see that?
Yes.
But then in relation to a disability support claim, which you'll see from paragraph, yes, from paragraph 39, there was reference to him having medical conditions listed as anxiety and depression. You see that?
Yes.
And then you see the last sentence in that paragraph, reference to a vulnerability indicator not being recorded.
Yes.
Also reported suicidal ideation, which seems significant.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Commissioner. You see that?
Yes.
So do you agree that such an indicator ought to have been recorded on his file?
I can't make that call because I don't know what the policy said. Common sense tells us it should have been, but I don't know what the policy said, given he reported suicidal ideation. However, he denied having a current plan or intent and discussed a safety plan with the psychologist. So I would be guessing if I said, yes, this fit within the policy to add a vulnerability indicator. I simply don't know.
Certainly, it's a reasonable question to ask.
Absolutely, yes.
Can I ask then you go to tab 180, exhibit 5159, doc ID CTH.3004.0008.8437.
Yes.
That's an email from yourself to various departmental people on the 28th of June 2018.
Yes.
And it refers to note your then awareness that the Victorian Coroner's Court had recently advised that it intended to reactivate its review into the death of the same person that we've been discussing.
Yes.
And I'm happy for you to refresh your memory of this document, Ms. Musolino.
Read it. Yes, I've read it, thanks.
All right. So you can see under the heading, the court's administrative review processes,
Yes.
and there you explain that the coroner is conducting an administrative review of the circumstances surrounding the death with a view to determining whether a formal coronial inquest into the death should be convened. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that for that purpose, the court had requested documents from the department. See that?
Yes.
and the description of the documents requested by the court appears at the bottom in bold. Material from the Centrelink file in relation to Mr Causo, relevant to the raising and recovering of the debt, including any communications or notes of communications between Centrelink and Mr Causo or any other person about the debt. You see that?
Yes.
If we go over the page, the description at the top of that page of what is proposed to be provided to the coroner.
Yes.
Then towards the middle of the page, these words appear. The department intends to exempt information that does not relate to payment of New Start allowance for the relevant financial years, information that relates to applications for and any payment of any other benefit such as disability support pension. See that?
Yes.
By exempt, does that mean not provide?
I would read that in the context of, sorry, just on the previous page, under the heading Request for Information and Documents by the Court, it says communications between the Court and the Department have clarified and narrowed the Court's request for documents and information. So just if I can give a bit of detail, coronial matters were handled in the litigation team. I think this would have been prepared by Matt Rosa, who was heading up the litigation team at that time. My take on this is there have been communications, which was not unusual, between I would think the litigation team and the court to understand the scope of the request, because often there were extensive documents. And I'm just reading that as those documents don't fall within the scope following that consultation, because they're not relevant to the question that's been asked, which is documents relevant to the raising and recovery of the debt.
Wasn't it relevant to the recovery of the debt that he had debt collectors calling him a little over a year after the department knew, because of the disability support pension application, that he had suicidal ideation and he was suffering from anxiety and depression?
Common sense tells us that was relevant.
It does, yes, doesn't it?
It does.
Given that the coroner was considering whether there should be an inquest into his death by suicide after receiving calls and letters from Centrelink.
I can only rely on what's written here, Commissioner, and I'm reading it as information about his application for disability support pension wasn't viewed as falling within the scope of what the court had requested, because they were requesting information related to the debt and the debt related to New Start. And I don't know if that's an overly narrow interpretation, but that, I'm reading it as that's where they've landed. And it wasn't unusual for the litigation team to talk to the court and understand what they wanted, because often the records here were quite vast and voluminous. And so I take your point, but I can only read.
Look, in the context of considering an inquest into the suicide of somebody after dealings with Centrelink, what Centrelink knew about his mental state could not be more critical, could it?
I agree with what you've just said. I don't know what the judgment here was and what the discussions were about what was in scope. I sent this email, I understood it to be correct, and I understood it to represent what had been agreed with the court.
Doesn't this email represent what you are proposing go to the court?
The purpose of the email is to give senior people visibility of what material has been collated, and the opportunity to review them and raise any concerns or comments if they thought there was more or less that needed to be produced. It's to alert them about how it's being released. But I read this as a fairly administrative thing of saying there's been conversations with the court and this is what we're proposing to release. But I believe I would have just read this as this is where we've landed in terms of what's in scope for the response. And it wasn't unusual that we would provide documents to the court for a coronial, and then would be requested further documents. I don't know if that assists, but that's how I'm reading it.
Well, one view is that you made a decision not to provide relevant documents to the coroner.
I don't believe that was the intention. As I said, this was drafted for me by the people who were dealing with the coroner's office, and I believe it reflects here that communications between the court and the department have clarified and narrowed the court's request for documents and information. It wasn't unusual that that conversation would take place to make sure that we weren't just giving them everything we had. That's how I read that email.
You were familiar with this matter, you knew the background.
I did know this matter, yes.
Didn't occur to you to say, and there's something else we should provide?
Well, we were providing quite a lot of information here. I wasn't familiar with it in detail in terms of what every piece of paper and every record. I knew enough about it to know what some of the issues were. As I said, I took this as advice about where, it's an initial request. It's the first time we're providing documents. I understood it to reflect what had been agreed with the coroner's court for information. I didn't take it to be us deciding not to comply. I just understood it to be responding to that request and what had been agreed. I didn't think there was anything improper here.
Yes, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner. That document can be taken down. There's just two more matters that I need to address with you, Ms Musolino. The first being we now have a signed statement from Ms Samios, and in fairness to you, I'll read to you what she said about that discussion she says she had with you in January 2017, and I'll ask you to comment on whether it reflects your recollection. Her evidence is that she recalls you saying to her there are no legal issues. As such, she asserted that it was not possible to report the matter as significant. She says she further recalls the effect of your statement was that DHS did not have any relevant legal advices specific to this issue, but it was a matter of long-standing practice. She says she believes she pressed Ms Musolino, that is you, at least once on this point, particularly in reference to media reporting of potential actions, and she was very clear, that is you, were very clear that no legal issues arose. She says she further recalls that you suggested that if OLSC wanted any further material provided, that she would have to raise, that you would have to raise that with the Secretary or possibly Acting Secretary. Does that accord with your recollection at all?
No, I don't recall any conversation with Ms Samios at all.
Can I ask you to go in volume 1 to tab 38, exhibit 4235, doc ID CTH.3.001.0033.4604. Can I have that section? Do you have that, Ms Musolino?
I'm looking in the wrong folder. Tab, volume 1?
Should be, yes. Tab 38.
Oh, 38, sorry. Yes.
Do you agree with me that that's a chain of emails dealing with advice about what's described as the application of the recovery fee, but what, in the language of the section of the Act that is used, the penalty, the 10% penalty under section 1228 capital B of the Act?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that in your email at 12:45 p.m. on the 17th of January 2017 is that you, in summary, agree with a view from Emma McGurk of DSS that the 10% recovery fee should remain in the letter?
Yes, in letter 1.
That is the standard form first letter that's issued in the Robodebt process.
Yes.
And that is this right? Specifically notifying the recipient that if they don't respond and a debt is raised, they're at risk of the penalty being applied.
Yes.
And the point you make in the conclusion of your email is if the reference to the fee is not included, then customers will not have been informed of the connection between providing information in relation to the personal factors question. And personal factors question is that a reference to the discretion of the Secretary to not apply the penalty if there's a reasonable excuse.
Yes.
Thank you. And the fee, and will not have been given procedural fairness in relation to a decision by the Department as to whether they have a reasonable excuse for not having provided correct information. In these circumstances, the imposition of the fee could be vulnerable to challenge on the basis of an implied obligation to give a customer the opportunity to demonstrate they have a reasonable excuse on the basis of a denial of procedural fairness. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then could I ask you to turn to tab 49. This should be doc ID CTH.3001.0034.4557, exhibit 4243. An email from yourself to Ms Golightly dated 30th of January 2017, about 13 days after the email that's on the screen, the last email we've discussed.
Yes.
And this is a further advice dealing with, as it's described in the email, the recovery fee. I'm just going to ask you about the passage at the bottom of the screen, 13 days after the last email. In all of the above scenarios, the fact that there is no explicit reference to the 10% debt fee in each of the letters is, in my view, fine.
Yes.
Do you agree with me that view is inconsistent with the view you expressed 13 days earlier in the previous document?
No, because the underlying process had changed, and perhaps if I can explain what happened. So throughout January, the entire process was being completely redesigned, from the letters to the online portal to how it appeared to the customer, the steps that they had to go through. The whole thing was completely being redesigned. If you look at the 17 January advice, it talks about customers having the option that if they have to either tick, yes, I have a reasonable excuse, or they have to tick, no, I don't have a reasonable excuse on the online portal. So the customer has to be informed under that process of what it means to tick yes or no. And that's why at 17 January, it's important that that information be included up front in that letter. By the 30th of January, I think two things had happened. One is there was a policy desire to minimise the imposition of the penalty fee, so to design things in a way that made it very hard for people to get imposed with the penalty fee. And the screens were, to reflect that, the screens were actually redesigned so that the customer wasn't going to tick yes or no. In fact, it says at paragraph 1, the process was the customer acts on letter 1 or letter 2 and goes online, where the screen defaults to yes, I have an excuse. So the box is ticked. It's already saying I have an excuse, and that's the default position. And unless the customer then goes and unticks it, and if they untick it, this provides that if they untick it, warnings come up telling them what the implications of that unticking are, which is that they might get the penalty fee. So the two advices are about completely different processes, because by the 30th of January, the process is being completely redesigned. The online portal's being redesigned.
How can a statutory penalty depend on whether the government feels like charging it to people at the time? Because this was politicians getting cold feet in January 2017, wasn't it?
I agree. Yes, there was a clear direction from the ministers. I didn't have the conversation, but my understanding was that there was a clear direction that we needed to design the process so that it was very hard for people to have the fee imposed on them.
So a statutory penalty depends on the perceived unpopularity
Well, that was
of the measure.
It was what we were struggling with. It was why we were having this backwards and forwards, and there's a lot of correspondence around this 10% penalty fee, because that was the desired policy outcome, but we also had to make it work under the legislation.
Yeah, it's of a piece with saying, well, we can settle this matter on the strength of your solicitor's hearsay. We just want this to go away, isn't it?
We were trying to redesign the process so that we still had a statutory basis to not impose the fee. So we had some declaration by the, some assertion, declaration, some information that we could rely on to say that's our reasonable excuse and therefore we don't have to impose the penalty. It was trying to achieve that policy outcome.
Can we go back a step to the charging of the penalty in the first place?
I beg your pardon, Commissioner?
Can we go back a step to the charging of the penalty in the first place?
Yes.
It's a statutory penalty which can really only be charged on the basis of a finding that someone has breached the Act. That's the case, isn't it?
It's based, under, I think it's section 60, so there's an ongoing obligation of recipients to report their income.
Well, there's an obligation at the time that they're receiving benefit to report their income on a fortnightly basis.
Yes.
If in a given fortnight they don't advise of a change of circumstance, that's a breach.
That's right. If they fail to do that, that's a breach under the Act.
Okay, and the only conceivable basis for a penalty when you're talking years after the event is that back when they were receiving the income, they must have failed to report.
Yes, and that's sort of the assumption, because if a debt's been raised...
Yeah, but how can you make that assumption on the basis of an average debt, given that it's just a sort of educated guess that somebody might have not declared their income correctly? How can that be enough to warrant the charging of a penalty?
Well, it's a bit chicken and egg. If it's not enough, then it's not enough to make the decision either. But we believed it was enough to make the decision, and therefore, having made the decision, we believed that formed the basis for imposing the penalty unless we had some reasonable basis not to.
Yes, I think it's a bit worse because it's one thing to raise a debt on next to no evidence and certainly not sufficiently probative evidence, but to actually come to the conclusion that somebody has breached the Act and then impose a penalty on that seems to me a bit worse, a bit more in the Brigginshaw line that Professor Carney's so keen on.
I think the way we understood it was once a debt had been raised, it almost raises a presumption that there's a penalty unless you can be positively satisfied, unless there's something, which is why we were putting these tick boxes in so that we could get some sort of positive indication that the customer had raised.
So once a debt's raised, it's presumed that someone has willfully not reported.
It's not even willful, it's just that they've failed. It doesn't have to be intentional. I think the Act just talks about they failed to report accurately. So once the debt's been raised, it almost automatically raises 10% unless there's a reasonable excuse. And that's why we were keen to somehow capture a reasonable excuse.
Yep, thank you.
Commissioner, that's the evidence of Ms. Musolino.
All right, thanks. Ms Hogan-Doran?
No questions, thank you, Commissioner.
Ms Capilano?
No questions, thank you, Commissioner.
Mr Scott, do you want Ms Musolino excused?
Yes, please.
And we could have taken a full lunch break at that rate. Thanks, Ms Musolino. You're excused. There's nothing else for us this afternoon.
No, Commissioner.
I should have had more faith in your timing. We will adjourn for the day. Thank you.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.